At Citi Field in New York, Pix 11 Sports presents New York Mets baseball tonight. The Mets play the Pittsburgh Pirates. New York Mets baseball is brought to you by Hyundai. Visit the Hyundai Summer Clearance event today for incredible deals on the 2015 Hyundai Sonata. By Verizon Fios, now there's a totally new way to customize your TV, only from Verizon Fios. By Honda, great deals are on at the Honda Summer Clearance event. By Dunkin' Donuts, America runs on Dunkin'. By Toyota, see where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. And by Six Flags Great Adventure. Save big on Six Flags Great Adventure tickets at sixflags.com. A summer day in New York City. Lots to do. Statue of Liberty, Staten Island Ferry, Coney Island. Ride the coaster. Get cool. Little carriage ride in the park. Still. And then there's baseball at Citi Field. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez with you tonight as the Mets play the middle game of their weekend series against the Pirates. Pirates 1-10 last night. Mets are now 0-4 against the Pirates this year, 9-18 against the National League Central. In fact, the Pirates are 21-29 against the National League Central, a division that seems destined to put three teams in the postseason this year.
Well, Gary, it seems like every year in both leagues, there's always one division that has the most dominance, has the better teams. And obviously this year it's the Central, the National League Central, with the resurgence of the Cubs who have really come on strong. Cardinals are there every year, and this Pirate Ball Club right here who beat the Mets last night in a really tough one-run ball game. The Mets on their end, they're sitting back with a lesser record than the Pirates, and they got a 4.5-game lead in the East. So, you know, sometimes the luck of the draw, it works out for the other team. But it'll all come down in the end. Who gets in the playoffs, the best teams get there, and it'll all come out in the wash.
Right now, the Pirates have a 1.5 lead over the Cubs for the first wild card spot, 4.5 over their nearest rivals. John Neese takes the mound tonight for the Mets, and over the last 2.5 months, the Mets could not have asked for any more from John Neese.
Well, 12 starts going back to June 5th. John's only 4-4. But an ERA of 2.81. In his last 7 starts, he's only given up 6 walks. He's really got command of the strike zone. He's pitching just wonderfully. He's coming off 2 wins where he's pitched brilliantly. His offense has picked him up. When they pinch hit for him, they got the runs to get him a win. He's 3-2 in 7 career starts against this Pirate team. And he took the loss in a game way back in May when the Pirates swept those Mets in Pittsburgh.
And for the Pirates, the oft-injured sinker baller from Reading, Connecticut, Charlie Morton.
Well, his first start was in late May. His first four of his 5 decisions were outstanding. The last 2 or 3, he's had a little bit of a struggle, giving up 18 earned runs and 18 in 2/3 innings pitched. 0-3 career versus the Mets in 6 starts.
Pirates won a thriller last night. Mets try and get even in the series tonight on a warm summer day in New York. Come on back. Mets and Pirates, all the action coming your way on Pix 11. Brought to you by Time Warner Cable. Enjoy more shows on more screens. Time Warner Cable. Enjoy better. Themes of the game brought to you by the Hyundai Summer Clearance Event. Keith, arg.
Yes, sir, and that's the Pittsburgh Pirates in town, and a yo-ho-ho and a bottle of extra base hits from Daniel Murphy during his current 10-game hitting streak. And ahoy there, matey. Here's a broadside across your bow. Watch out for McCutcheon off Neats. He's had great success against him. And Captain Hook, oh, I never liked him. Throws the hook, 127 curveballs this season. Arg.
Remember Smee? Friday, September 18th is Free Shirt Friday at Citi Field. Mets take on the Yankees in the first game of the Subway Series at Citi Field. All fans in attendance will receive a New York, New York t-shirt courtesy of Affinity Health Plan. For tickets, visit Mets.com/Free Shirt Fridays. John Neese makes his way in, looking for his third consecutive win. It's the Mets and the Pirates. First pitch is coming right up. And beyond. And not coincidentally, the starting lineups are brought to you by Land Rover. Above and beyond. Pirates starting lineup tonight. Jung Ho Kang moves up to the number 2 spot for only the 3rd time this year. Francisco Cervelli, who came off the bench for a big hit in the Pirates' 10th inning last night, gets the start tonight. Michael Morris at first base against the lefty. Likewise, Sean Rodriguez in left, as Starling Marte still out with a bad hand for the Buccos.
And there's Big John Neese. As you look at John's numbers, remember at one point he was 2-7, and he's very, very close to getting that record back to 500. Wouldn't that be a sweet climb for John? He's been very much a part of this charging Met ball club that charged into 4.5 game lead in the National League East. And we'll take a look at the defense, brought to you by your Tri-State BMW Synthes, and that is the right-handed configuration in the outfield. Conforto back out there in left field. On the infield, Uribe at third base, Ruben back at short, Kelly Johnson off the home run game, the big game, his last start, at second base, and Travis d'Arnaud behind the dish.
John's last 2 starts have been very similar. In Miami and home against Colorado, went 7 strong innings in each, and in each case, the inning in which he was lifted for a pinch hitter, the Mets rallied to get him the lead.
And deserving. It's good to see that. He has pitched wonderfully.
His last only bad start was against the Dodgers back on June 24th. He took a loss.
That was the paternity start.
Right.
The night that his son was born.
He was all discombobulated. Otherwise, he has just been superb.
Speaking of lefties, Steven Matz made his first rehab start coming back from the strained lat muscle. Pitched an inning for St. Lucie this afternoon. 23 pitches, gave up a run on 3 hits. So Matz has begun his way back, and the Mets hope to have him back in the early part of September, perhaps to carve a 6-man rotation to limit everybody's innings going down the stretch. Gregory Polanco will lead things off for the Pirates. Polanco 2 for 5, drove in a run last night. He's been a red-hot hitter. 8-game hitting streak, hitting .441 over the 8 games. The Pirates, who relied on their pitching the first half of the year, have not pitched well since the All-Star break, but their offense has picked it up, and that's enabled them to continue their winning ways, and Nice will try and cool them down tonight. First pitch of the night to Polanco is hit sharply and a base hit, and Polanco on the first pitch of the game extends his hitting streak to 9 games.
A lot of first ball, fastball hitting right out of the gate. Ball down in strike zone. Polanco likes the ball down like most left-hand hitters. 20 stolen bases on the year for Polanco, so Nice is going to have to keep an eye on him. Caught 8 times.
Here's Jung-Ho Gong playing shortstop again tonight. 1 for 5 last night, and he takes a strike on the outside corner. Gong moved up to the 2-hole. Starling Marte would normally be there, but with Marte out, Gong gets the call in that spot. Nice does a good job controlling the running game. Only 5 steals against him this year. And the cutter in for a strike, and it's 0-2.
Very quick from the belt on that pitch, if you noted. I think it caught Gong by surprise, as well as Polanco, who hasn't got a very aggressive lead at first.
And Gong takes strike 3 called. Well, Gong was called out on strikes in his first at bat on 3 pitches by Cologne last night, and suffers the same fate tonight from Nice.
What is the problem with that pitch? A lot of plate, a lot of knees, Mr. Gong.
Where he thought it was.
Gong him anyway. Go back to the bench. Next act. Good pitch.
What are you, Chuck Barris? 1 out and 1 on. Here's Andrew McCutchen. Mets did a nice job working around McCutchen last night. 3 walks, 0 for 2, hitting a .298 for the year, and Nice misses away. This is a guy that Nice has had problems with. McCutchen 7 for 15 with a home run against John Nice. The Pirates had their way against Nice first time around this year back in May when they swept that series in Pittsburgh. Knocked him out in the 5th inning. Polanco's picked off. Murphy with the throw right on target, and Tejada makes the tag for the second out. Well, Nice did that to Jose Reyes in his last start, and he does it to Polanco. Picks him off for the 1-3-6 caught stealing.
Nicely done, Murph. Comes to the ball, takes the angle away from the runner who's can get in the way of your throw. When you come towards the pitcher like that, it just eliminates any obstruction.
Curveball fouled off 1-1. And what do you think about stealing with McCutchen standing at the plate?
I agree 100%. There's Murph coming to the ball. You see it opens up the whole avenue for the throw. Well done.
I mean, Polanco's got 20 steals, but that's 9 times he's been caught now, so his percentage is not particularly high. And you've got a red hot, one of the best players in the league standing at the plate.
And also a guy that's hitting .315 against left-handers on the season, let alone what he has done in the past to Jonathan Nice.
77 RBIs, 3rd in the National League. And the former MVP takes the changeup outside, and it's 3-1. Ramos Ramirez would be next.
Yesterday, Cologne attacked McCutchen inside. John's an obviously entirely different pitcher. Throws harder, and he's a left-hander.
McCutchen trying to slow Nice down. John, when he gets in a groove, likes to work fast. 3-2 coming.
Yeah. Oh.
And he just missed
Bob.
John a little unhappy with Bob Davidson on that call, and he's got his bark on.
Popped him inside for a strike of 3, and it didn't miss. It was knee high too.
No, certainly had plenty of plate. And John very unhappy. So McCutchen, 6 plate appearances in this series, 4th time he's walked. And he's a 2-out base runner for Aramis Ramirez, who was 0 for 4 last night. And he drives one to deep left field. Back goes Conforto near the wall, and it's out of here. So John Neese, after clearly being displeased with the last call, grooves one to Ramirez, who clouts his 12th home run of the year, his first since returning to the Pirates. And Pittsburgh jumps out to a 2-0 lead.
Well, Ramirez has been a little struggling since becoming a Pirate, struggling basically all year. And here's the ball 4 right here to McCutchen, and we thought it was a strike. Certainly was knees. And then first pitch, Ramirez. Interesting, one call and all of a sudden you're down 2.
Well, this is something that John has worked on, gotten way better at, but it jumps up to bite him. Something bad happens, and all of a sudden it balloons on him.
Well, he's just threw one pitch, and you know, it could have hit a ground ball, it could have hit a base hit. He's got to stop it right now. Okay, the damage has been done. This is where he tends to blow up, and he hasn't. He's been collecting himself and going after hitters. That's been the big improvement this year. And there's the home run. It just was a fastball that didn't sink.
Second straight night that the Pirates have taken the early lead on a first-inning home run. 0-2 to Cervelli, and he grounds one toward the middle. Tejada flashes over, and that's the 3rd out. But the Pirates off to a good start. John Neese looking in at Bob Davidson, still concerned about the call that wound up costing him 2 runs. And John continues to jaw at Davidson, and Darno gets in between to make sure Neese doesn't get thrown out of the game.
It's not going to do him any good.
Mets come to bat down 2-0. This pitch. 3-2 that apparently was strike 3. Bob Davidson said no. The inning continued. Neese clearly unhappy, gave up the 2-run homer and kept the conversation going. And you see Travis d'Arnaud saying, Bob, just let's let it go.
Bob's always been a guy that will defend himself. He's a guy, umpire, you got to be very careful with. I remember when he broke in, I was still playing, so he's been around a long time. He's one of those umpires you just don't want to get mad at you, so it's just best move on.
Curtis Granderson will lead off against Charlie Morton, who's been staked to a 2-0 lead. And Granderson takes the sinker inside for ball 1. Curtis 1 for 4 last night. doubled, had a 10th inning sacrifice fly as well, and he takes a strike, 1-1.
There's Charlie's numbers. This is only his 15th start of the season. You can see
badly fooled on the off-speed pitch.
Sinker slider pitcher. Got off to a red hot start. Won his first 5 decisions. It hasn't gone so well for him his last 4 or 5 starts.
And he strikes out Granderson with the curveball. So Morton takes care of his first batter. Here's the starting lineup for the Mets, brought to you by Land Rover Above and Beyond. Granderson back in the leadoff spot after hitting second yesterday. Cespedes moves up to the 2-hole. Lucas Duda out of the lineup for the 5th straight game. Hopes to be able to pinch hit tonight. Mets are facing a lefty tomorrow, so Lucas figures to get back in the lineup Tuesday night in Baltimore. If it's any longer than that, then I'm sure they'll put him on the DL. But 5 straight games with a lumbar strain is certainly putting a crimp in the Mets' left-handed power. Yoenis Cespedes, who hit his second Mets home run last night, takes wide for ball 1. Cespedes now 20 home runs for the year, 4 straight years, his first 4 in the big leagues. One of 8 active players who has put together 4 straight 20 home run seasons to start their big league career. Daniel Murphy hitting 3rd in the order, waiting on deck.
Daniel in a very good hot streak, 10-game streak going on, swinging the bat as good as he can. So you can see at home that this is Charlie Morton is a sinker ball pitcher. Moves the ball in and out of the plate, curveball, changeup. There's only so many pitches they can throw.
And that's laced into center field, a base hit. Cespedes with 3 infielders on the left side hit it right up the middle past Walker. Cespedes has moved the yellow sleeve to his other arm. He had it on the left arm for the rally parakeet. Now he's got it on the right arm.
Well, he's been 3 hits last night. And now off to another hot start. He's starting to heat up. And this is a guy that can carry a ball club if he gets red hot.
So 1 out and 1 on. Now Daniel Murphy. Murph's hit in 10 straight games. His 8th career double-digit hitting streak. Hitting .395 over the 10 games.
Playing Daniel to pull on the infield with a sinker ball pitcher. Gong up the middle at shortstop. Ramirez way over in the hole at third base.
Bounce foul. This is a Pirate team that has been very, very vulnerable to the stolen base this year. And I wonder whether the Mets are going to do any running in this series. Glenn Hurdle's been very concerned about it, and they've talked to the pitchers about quickening up their times to the plate. But the opposition has successfully stolen 33 consecutive times against the Pirates since they last threw anybody out. Morton's given up 8 steals this year without anybody being caught. And the curveball fouled off, 1-2 to Murphy. And the Mets are not a big base stealing team, but you know, just as you have scouting reports on how guys are going to pitch you and how you want to pitch to them, you've got scouting reports on their ability to control the running game as well. Cespedes 4 steals and 8 tries this year. And Murphy goes down on the curveball. Morton has his 2nd strikeout.
And we'll take a quick look at the Pirate defense, also brought to you by your Tri-State BMW Centers. A whole different flip-flop lineup here for the Pirates. Michael Morris at first base, Sean Rodriguez out in left field, Cervelli back in the lineup behind the plate. So they have a platoon situation going on also with this wild card leading Pittsburgh Pirate team.
Now Juan Uribe went 0 for 5 last night. Uribe playing his 18th game for the Mets, hitting just 182 since the trade from Atlanta, but he's driven in 8 runs with his 55 at bats.
He has driven in some big runs.
Takes the sinker out of the strike zone for ball one.
And once Duda, I believe, comes back in, you're going to see Murphy more at third base, and you're going to see Uribe basically playing against left-handers.
Let's face a lefty tomorrow in Jeff Locke, then two righties in Baltimore. Bounced down to third, a foul ball. 1-1 to Uribe.
Another nice crowd here at Citi Field, and rightly so. Beautiful evening. Hot today. Beautiful day to play.
And a concert following the ball game, helping fill out the crowd. Cespedes at first. He's running. The pitch outside. Cervelli from his knees hits the runner, and Cespedes will go to third. That's 34 in a row against the Pirates without anybody being caught. And tack on the error on Cervelli, allowing Cespedes to go to third.
Well, Cervelli throws from his knee because he knows he has no shot to throw him out. He can't do any kind of footwork. Not a good throw. Off the shoulder, the left shoulder. Glancing blow, got his forearm.
Yep. Fifth stolen base of the year for Cespedes, so a runner at third with two out, and a 2-1 count to Uribe. And Juan socks one to left field. Over comes Rodriguez to make the running grab. Side retired. That's a turn to side on the bottom of the first. 2-0 Pittsburgh after one.
I was there this morning. Very steamy.
Beautiful reflection of the buildings off the river. And now to Citi Field, where the Mets are down 2-0 as we start the second. Michael Morse will lead off against John Neese. Morse getting his third start since joining the Pirates. And he fouls off the first pitch fastball. Morse began the year struggling in Miami. Traded to the Dodgers, who quickly DFA'd him and then traded him to the Pirates for Jose Tabata.
He has bounced around, but last year he bounced right into a world championship team with the Giants. Got a big hit in the World Series. He had a little base hit to soft liner to right field, if I recall.
Now playing with his sixth team, and he takes high 2-1.
He had that good year with when Davey Johnson's last year managing the Nationals. Hit 300. Went to Seattle and bombed out there. Didn't do well. Injuries. Giants got him and got the most out of him.
Now 33 years old. Neil Walker on deck, then Sean Rodriguez for the Pirates in the second. And Neese issues a leadoff walk. So already 2 walks given up by Neese, who's done a great job this year of cutting down on the bases on balls. Was unhappy about the first walk with the umpire. Here, no quibble. And he'll deal with Neil Walker, who hit a home run his first time up last night. Walker's hit 12 home runs this year. They've all come as a left-hand batter. Not as potent right-handed. That's why they drop him to 7th in the order tonight. And he takes a fastball for a strike. Sunset over the Citi Field rim. You know what happened when the sun set in this neighborhood 50 years ago today?
Tell me.
August 15th, 1965. The Beatles at Shea Stadium.
Changed the world.
In front of 57,000 screaming fans, none of whom could hear the music and didn't care.
They did the Ed Sullivan show, I believe, on that tour. I remember that one. Ringo was the hit.
Walker out on strikes. Second strikeout for Nice, and another unhappy customer muttering at Bob Davidson.
Curved around. Close.
Here is your umpiring quartet tonight. Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, out at second. David Rackley, the young umpire, at first. Marvin Hudson at the plate last night. Nice's curveball misses to Sean Rodriguez, who's hitting 8th in the order.
Early in the game, there's still lots of people milling around behind that center field scoreboard, but it's going to be filled up. They'll get sated back there, and we'll get back to their seats, and we'll have a full house.
I don't think the line at Shake Shack ever gets short with this big a crowd on hand.
It's nice to see the ballpark full again. And the fans saw a good ball game last night. The home team didn't win, but it was a well played ball game, competitive game, and I have not seen Met fans into it in such a long time. It's nice to see.
Changeup misses to Rodriguez, 2-2. Sean Rodriguez spent 5 years with the Tampa Bay Rays. Hasn't hit much, but a guy who can play everywhere for you. He's already started at 5 different positions for the Pirates this year. Charlie Morton, light hitting pitcher on deck. Morris at first and 1 out, and a check swing foul ball. So it was August 15th, 1965 that the Beatles played at Shea, the first real arena rock concert.
Right.
4 years to the day later was the first day of Woodstock.
Oh, really? To the day? Well, that was appropriate.
Full count to Rodriguez.
So the Beatles, basically. I mean, you had Elvis, and Elvis was obviously historic. But the Beatles changed everything.
That was that night when Pete Flynn drove the Beatles to the stage. Rodriguez down on strikes. Good cutter by Nice. Back-to-back strikeouts, and there are 2 away.
So got him to chase the cutter, 4 seams. See where he held the grip. He's going to get the 4 seams to work for him to get a little more break.
Now Charlie Morton, 1 for 19 this year, and he slugs one out to right center. Long one back for Granderson, and he makes a terrific catch. Oh, Curtis Granderson playing shallow with the pitcher up, had to run a country mile and make a great backhand play to rob Morton of an extra base hit and save a run. Nifty by Granderson to help out John Nice. Still 2-0 Pittsburgh. Corey, Linda Church with the weather, and Caitlin Monty with all the traffic from 5 to 9 on the Pix 11 Morning News, where every story hits home. Our promo for this show used to say Suki, Corey, and the gang.
Yes.
I'm glad we're identifying the gang now. Because I don't want them to feel left out. Linda, Caitlin.
It's very nice of you. I never give it much thought. But then again, I don't have to read them.
Well, think about our gang. We like to identify them every now and again.
Not too
Webb,
often.
Greg Picker, Dan Barr, John DeMarsico.
Once in a while.
Well, we just did. Kelly Johnson leads off in the home second and takes the curveball down from Charlie Morton. Johnson had a pinch hitting assignment last night and grounded out. Had a huge game here on Thursday with 3 extra base hits against the Rockies in his last start. And Morton misses to fall behind 2-0. 15th game for Johnson as a Met, hitting .209 since the trade. Travis d'Arnaud on deck, and then Michael Conforto. And now 3-0 to Johnson.
Kelly with the big night, of course. Big day. His last start. Hit the home run. He's a dangerous hitter. He's a guy that can be pitched to, but if you throw him down and in, down middle in, he'll put a hurt on you. They're a professional hitter.
11 home runs this year, 2 already as a Met. And he takes low and in for ball 4, and Morton issues a leadoff walk. So Johnson is on, and now Travis d'Arnaud. Travis sat last night. Anthony Recker caught and went 1 for 3. Travis has played 10 games since coming off the disabled list, most recently, hitting .222 since his return. Charlie Morton has had all sorts of injury woes to work through over the last 4 or 5 years. He had hip surgery in 2011, Tommy John surgery in 2012. Then he had the other hip operated on at the end of last year and missed nearly the first 2 months of this season. He's had very few full seasons in his big league career since being drafted by the Braves back in 2002. Came out of Joel Barlow High School in Reading, Connecticut. Pounds that sinker into the ground, and it's 1-1.
Well, he came over in the Nate McLouth trade back in '09, where Gorky Hernandez, Jeff Locke, who's in this rotation pitching tomorrow, and Morton were traded for McLouth.
McLouth was an all-star at that time.
Everybody thought that Atlanta got a really good player, and McLouth just fell off a cliff, and the Pirates got 2 very, very serviceable starters.
Well, the Raleigh Parakeet has found its way back into the ballpark.
Doesn't take long, does it?
Double play ball right at Walker. Gong with the turn for the 4-6-3 double play. Morton, a sinker ball pitcher. That is his specialty. 59% of the balls put in play against Morton are hit on the ground.
Well, he's a sinker ball pitcher, and that's his game. And if you're a left-hand hitter, you can't try to pull him. And there's the single. He got it up. He jammed him a bit. You see him. Oh, look at the reaction on d'Arnaud's face. He was set up outside, and he swung on a pitch in, and he just went, "What am I doing?"
So 2 out and nobody on. Now Michael Conforto. Conforto pinch hit last night in the 9th inning and drove one to the warning track in left center. That gave the fans some hope for a few fleeting moments.
What little I've seen of Cervelli behind the plate, and he did not start last night. He came in late in the game.
Conforto hits it right to Walker.
He likes to call inside on left-handers, Gary.
So Morton, after a leadoff walk, gets a couple of ground balls and leads 2-0. with the Pirates closes out tomorrow afternoon on SNY. Then the 9-game road trip, 2 in Baltimore, bracketed by a couple of off days, 3 in Colorado, and then 4 in Philadelphia before the Mets come home a week from Friday to take on the Red Sox.
Very unusual to be in August and have 2 off days in a week. You just don't get those.
Gregory Polanco up for the second time. Hits one deep down the right field line, headed toward the pole. That ball is out of here, off the foul pole. A home run for Gregory Polanco, his 7th of the year. The Pirates' second home run of the night, and they lead 3-0.
This kid right here, he's got a future.
Present is pretty good, too. Red hot. He's seen 2 pitches tonight, a single and now a home run.
Oh, he gets a hanger right there and launches that one off the pole.
Doink. John hoping. Hope's dashed. Now Jung-Ho Gong fouls off the changeup. Gong took a call, 3rd strike, his first time up. So Nice gave up the 2-run homer to Aramis Ramirez in the first inning after the questionable 2-out walk to McCutchen. And now a first pitch home run to Polanco to start the 3rd. 1-1 to Gong. 16 home runs now allowed by Nice this season, making his 23rd start tonight. Well, we talked about it earlier. The Pirates relied on their pitching the first half of the season. They had a staff ERA well below 3 at the All-Star break. Gong gets a hold of one deep to right center, chasing Granderson back to the track, and he'll get there to make the catch. That's the first out. But the Pirates staff since the All-Star break is a 4.75 ERA, and yet they've continued to win because their offense, much like the Mets the last couple of weeks, has really picked up in the last month and a half. And Andrew McCutchen has had a huge piece in that. McCutchen playing like an MVP again after a slow start to his season. McCutchen walked and scored in front of Ramirez's home run in the first. And he's been doing a lot of walking early in this series. 6 plate appearances, 4 walks. Now he's walked 63 times this year. That's in the top 5 in the league. On base percentage just below 400. Ramirez on deck.
Hurdle last year finished 2nd in the Manager of the Year balloting. Was a 2010 Manager of the Year his first year with the Pirates. He finished 29 points behind Washington's Matt Williams. He's done a heck of a job with this ball club, just changing the culture, much like Terry Collins has done here.
Those Manager of the Year awards can be capricious. Remember, Joe Girardi won one with the Marlins and got fired that year. Matt Williams, you mentioned, won it last year. He'll be lucky to survive this season the way it's going.
If they lose 3 out of 4 in San Francisco, and they've dropped the first 2.
Uribe waits on the hop, and the stretch by Murphy. They get McCutchen 2 out.
Matt Williams could be in a little bit of trouble. They got a road trip that's not done yet. They got 2 more in San Francisco, and then they go to Colorado, where they might be able to catch their breath. But Colorado last week beat them 2 out of 3 in Washington.
Well, the Nats are 10-18 since the All-Star break. They're just a game over 500 for the season. Lost last night 8-5 when Max Scherzer got lit up.
Scherzer has not been the same.
Well, he pitched a lot of innings the first half of the season. A guy who was not used to throwing complete games, but signed a huge contract, took a lot on his shoulders, and may have been a little overused in that first half. They're in the standings in the NL East.
There's your 4-game difference right there in the last 10 games, is it not, Gare? Ramirez, I don't know if we noted, hit his first home run in a Pirate uniform this year.
Last time they hit one as a Pirate was 2003. in his first go-round with Pittsburgh. Went to the Cubs and the Brewers after that. Came back in a deadline deal this year.
Took him 17 games to get a home run for the ball club. Nice, wonderful career for Aramis. Love the first name.
One-two from Nice. He tries to backdoor that cutter and misses. 2-2.
I'm assuming if in Spanish it would be Aramis, but if it was French, like one of the Musketeers, it would be Aramis.
Fly ball to right, and if he was a Cologne, he'd be Aramis. Granderson makes the catch. The Pirates add a run on Polanco's home run and lead 3-0. New York Mets baseball is brought to you by No Escape in theaters everywhere August 26th. Sun disappearing over New Jersey like it always does.
Beautiful sight.
You send that sun to Jersey and they lose it every time.
That's where Washington retreated, back in those hills, when he got pushed out of Manhattan by the Brits.
Is that before or after he crossed the Delaware? Ruben Tejada leads off the home third. Mets down 3-0. And Ruben takes a sinker out of the strike zone from Charlie Morton. Tejada didn't play last night. He's got 6 hits in his last 17 at bats. This has been a very positive season for Ruben Tejada. Sharing time at short now with Flores. And it's not a platoon, obviously. They're both right-hand batters, but the balance between Flores and Tejada in terms of playing time is interesting right now. Tejada's playing tonight because Nice is a ground ball pitcher, and you want your best defensive shortstop out there when Nice is on the mound. Last night, Terry Collins put Flores in the lineup and said, Jay Happ's a guy who gives up home runs. I want my best offensive lineup. So he used Flores last night.
Well, we talked about that with Sid Fernandez in comparison to the 80s Mets. When Sid pitched, Davey always put either Kevin Mitchell or Howard Johnson at shortstop for more offense.
Tejada strikes out on the curveball, and Horns had a nasty one tonight. That's his 3rd strikeout.
Well, Ruben looks fooled on that one.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now John Nice. John's had a good hitting year. Not only does he have 7 hits, But because he's got a good eye at the plate, he has the highest on base percentage. That .256 on base percentage, #1 among major league pitchers. Slow ground ball for Walker, and quickly there are 2 out.
All right, beginning of the second time through the order.
Curtis Granderson struck out his first time up. So do you think the Boston Red Sox were a little inspired by the illness that has befallen their manager? They scored 15 runs in beating the Mariners last night. They scored 22 runs in beating the Mariners this afternoon. 37 runs in 2 games since John Farrell announced that he had been stricken with lymphoma. Talk about a show of support. Jackie Bradley today 5 for 6 with 2 home runs and 7 RBIs for the Bo Sox. They'll be here on the next homestand. Managed for the remainder of the year by Torey Lovullo. Morton behind on Granderson 2-0. And a borderline strike. Meanwhile, the Yankees got a great performance from Masahiro Tanaka today. Complete game to beat Toronto for the 2nd straight day and go a game and a half up in the AL East. Quite a turnaround from last weekend. That one hits Granderson on the foot. And so Charlie Morton, who each of the last 2 years has led the National League in hit batsmen, hits his 7th of the season.
Curveball off the back foot.
2 years ago, Morton hit 16 batters. Last year, he hit 19. He only made 26 starts last year. So he's got a penchant for that. 2-out base runner for Yoenis Cespedes, who singled to center, stole a base his first time up. With that hit by pitch, Granderson has now reached base safely in 27 of his last 29 games. And his success as a leadoff hitter. He's enjoyed that all year.
So a guy like Cespedes, who likes to pull the ball, gets Morton out of his sink. Morton's a sinker ball pitcher. His groove is down and in to right-hand hitters, but he's trying to throw away. So he's got to bend that around the outside corner like that. And I know he's not as comfortable or as precise or consistent with throwing that ball outside than he is inside. So it takes him away from his strength.
It's already stolen a base tonight. The 34th in a row against the Pirates. Interesting, the Pirates have altered their infield shift against Cespedes. First time up, they had 3 infielders on the left side, and Cespedes hit it right where Walker, the second baseman, is standing right now. So they've altered it based on his first at bat. And the curveball hit to center field.
Hanger.
And right there waiting is McCutchen. Side retired.
Look at the expression on Cespedes' face after contact.
Did Morton get away with one?
Oh, he knows he missed it.
Belli will lead off for the Pirates. Steve Gelbs has the night off, and we're very pleased to welcome to the broadcast Doug Williams. Doug?
Well, Gary, you were mentioning earlier that the Pirates have been so much better in the second half. And one of the things that's really changed about them, actually, is the way they're playing in extra inning games. When they won last night, that made them 6-0 in their last 6. And what's interesting about that, they started the season 0-6 in extra innings. And I talked to their second baseman, Neil Walker, about it before the game. And I just said, what's changed? What could make that big of a difference? And he talked about how great the bullpen has been and the bench. And if you think about it, in a National League team, those are the two most important things late in games by far. And they do have such a deep bench, and this is something Mets fans can appreciate, especially after the trade deadline when they've added a few pieces. The Pirates have guys on their bench that can really contribute. Veterans who have started before, Travis Ishikawa, Sean Rodriguez, Mike Morse, few of those guys in the lineup tonight. But generally, these are experienced guys who can do it. Walker said they've been so useful, and for young guys off the bench late in games, it's a different animal. They try and swing for the fences. They're not sure what they're doing. It is better to have veteran guys. Walker was adamant how useful the bench has been late in games.
Well, the old nice play by Tejada staying in front. The old adage, it takes 25 to win. I know it's trite, but there's these old adages. They've been there for over 100 years, and you just can't win with 8 guys out there and now 12 pitchers. You need a bench. It's happening with the Mets right now in their resurgence with the pickup of Johnson and Uribe.
And both teams also fortified their bullpen. The Pirates got Joaquin Soria, the Mets got Tyler Clippard. So two teams that have definitely been bolstered by their late moves before the trading deadline. Here's Michael Morse, one of those moves for the Pirates. Morse drew a walk his first time up.
I think with Morse, if you look at their bench, they just they wanted someone to come off the bench. They have a little pop. He's either all or nothing type of hitter.
He jams him, and he rolls one down to third. And Uribe throws him out, 2 away. So Neese looking for his first 1-2-3 inning of the night. He's retired the first 2 on ground balls. We mentioned earlier the ground ball rate for Charlie Morton, which is 59%, third in the National League behind Tyson Ross and Brett Anderson. Neese is not far behind. He's at 55%. And as his career has gone on, he's become more and more of a ground ball pitcher. Walker struck out his first time, and he flies one out to right. Granderson's right there. And Neese has his first 1-2-3 inning of the game. A 7-pitch, top of the 4th. Let's try to go to work against Morton, down 3-0. I remember it well.
So do I.
Just out of the parking lot where the Beatles play. Today's high-speed pitch from Tom Warner Cable. Enjoy better. Both Charlie Morton and John Neese have reached 93. Morton has had the better success tonight. Neese has given up 2 home runs. The Pirates have a 3-0 lead. Daniel Murphy leads off the home 4th for New York. Murph struck out his first time up, one of 3 strikeouts for Morton, who's given up just 1 hit over the first 3 innings.
Yeah, Murph chased a bad curveball in the dirt to strike out his first at bat. There's your sinker. Defense again, much the same way. Ramirez way in the hole at third base. Gong up the middle. Breaking ball.
And Murph fouls it into the ground, and it's 0-2. Murphy last night picked up his 214th career double, which tied him with Howard Johnson for 4th on the Mets all-time list. Next guy he's chasing on that list is Jose Reyes at 222.
Good
Strike
pitch.
3 call.
Pretty good
Nailed
pitch.
that inside corner for his 4th strikeout.
Great movement right there. Sometimes a pitcher you face he just gives it to you. And there's Cervelli again. He loves to pitch inside here and sets up in. Gave him the target a foot inside to give him something to shoot for, making sure it breaks on the inside corner. Very interesting.
Things have not been going well for Charlie Morton lately. Last 9 starts, 6.43 ERA, but he's off to a good start tonight. Much like Jay Happ, who took the mound last night in a big rut and pitched a fine game into the 6th inning. Uribe lined out to left his first time up and takes the curveball that bends in for a strike. He had him bailing out. 1-1. You see Morton's season. He didn't make his first start since May 25th this year because of off-season hip surgery. So this is only his 15th start of the year. Last start against the Dodgers, he gave up 5 runs and 10 hits in 5 innings. Different story tonight. And Uribe chasing the changeup, and it's 2-2.
Good pitch. Morton really getting into a rhythm here. Got the Met crowd quiet. They're just waiting to get something going and erupt.
Uribe down on strikes. He went right back to the changeup. So back-to-back strikeouts for Morton to start the home 4th. Throws that split change.
Work there.
So 5 strikeouts for Morton. 2 out and nobody on. That Kelly Johnson, who walked his first time, and he takes a fastball inside.
Here's Cervelli again. You can see at home, folks. He sets up way inside and way outside. Really gets down on that one knee and gets low when no one's on base. He did it last night.
This is the most playing time Cervelli has ever had in his career at the big league level. Skimmed just foul. 1-2. And you'd have to say that he has been an enormous surprise for the Pirates this year, taking over the role that had been handled by Russell Martin. Curveball strikes him out. Johnson heads for first. Cervelli's throw on target, and Morton strikes out the side in the 4th inning. He's got his curveball working big time tonight. 6 strikeouts through 4 in a 3-0 Pirate lead. Nissan. It's your last chance this summer to save on a 2015 Nissan. Shop ChooseNissan.com. Fifth inning at Citi Field. Pirates with a 3-0 lead. John Neese has been touched for a couple of home runs. They'll face 8, 9, and 1 in the Pirates batting order. Sean Rodriguez leads off. And Rodriguez takes curveball for ball 1. Neese has retired 6 in a row since the Gregory Polanco home run to lead off the third, trying to settle into a groove now. And Rodriguez bounces one behind the bag. Great stop by Uribe, and the throw on target to get him. A magnificent play by Uribe to take a double away from Sean Rodriguez. Wow.
Well, we knew he always had the glove. Not an easy play. Plants, strong throw. Saves a double right there.
I didn't think he had a chance to pick that.
Beautiful, beautiful play. In between hop. Sweet. Gotta love the defense. John does.
Those left-handers need a good third baseman, don't they? And Uribe has been the goods. He's got a nice play behind him against Charlie Morton his first time up. Curtis Granderson ran down one that appeared headed toward the gap. Another chance for Uribe. This one's a foul ball. Just as well. 1-2. The series of balls hit to Uribe in Tampa Bay. The two that were judged foul, and then he finally hit him a fair ball.
Right.
That was one of the strangest things I've ever seen.
But notice how in all those plays, which were up in the air, he completed every play. He didn't take anything, assume that the umpire was going to call it fair or foul. It's a veteran.
Meanwhile, David Wright's rehab stint continuing for St. Lucie tonight. He played a full 9 innings last night and playing again tonight. Morton down on strikes. 4th strikeout for Neese, who's now retired 8 in a row. It's hard to know, isn't it, how many rehab games, how many at bats David's going to need before he can attempt to make a return to the major leagues.
Also, Gary, what's going to be taken into account is it's not just all his hitting. It's how his body reacts to being in the field.
Right. And I think that was key, that last night he played 9 innings in the field for the first time and came back to play today.
Oh, boy.
Polanco, first pitch swinging again. He's seen 3 pitches tonight, and he has 3 hits. Single to right, homered off the foul pole, and now he goes the other way for his 3rd hit.
Got a level swing on that belt-high pitch. Very nice hitting by the youngster. Now is a good time for him to try to steal a bag.
Tried in the first inning, and Neese picked him off, and he was thrown out. Jung-Ho Kang is 0 for 2. Hit one deep to right that Granderson caught on the warning track his last time up. So the base hit by Polanco snaps the string of 8 in a row retired by Neese. Slowly hit toward the hole. Johnson a long way to get it, and throws out Kang to end the inning. A hit and 1 left. Halfway through at Citi Field, 3-0 Pirates. Diamondbacks have been playing very well lately, up 3-0 on the Braves in the 5th. Chase Utley, who had 4 hits last night, a home run already tonight for the Phillies, who are looking to move Utley. Randall Grichuk now has 15 home runs in a part-time role for the Cardinals. They lead the Marlins in the 4th. John Gray gets his 3rd big league start for the Rockies tonight after looking so good against the Mets his last time out. And later tonight, Gio Gonzalez against Jake Peavy as the Nats try and snap a 4-game losing streak playing in San Francisco. Home 5th inning, Mets looking to get their offense started against Charlie Morton. They've had only 1 hit. Travis d'Arnaud takes a strike on the outside. d'Arnaud bounced into a double play his first time up. Conforto and Tejada to follow for the Mets. And the curveball outside, a ball and a strike.
Well, here's a classic case. You know, everybody talks about, you know, the radar gun and everybody throwing 97 miles an hour. Here's a guy that's not the hard thrower. A lot of movement.
Two 1 coming, and d'Arnaud barely gets out of the way, or did he? Looks back at Bob Davidson saying, did it nick my uniform? Guess not. Bob Guerin on the phone. That's considering whether to challenge whether it nicked d'Arnaud on the arm, but no challenge forthcoming. 3-1 to Travis. Morton's only walked 1 tonight, struck out 6, and d'Arnaud grounds 1 foul. Michael Conforto waiting on deck. Three-2 for Morton, and d'Arnaud down on the sinker.
Boy, he's got
4 consecutive strikeouts for Morton.
He's got some really, really terrific sink. Really getting a lot of rotation on that ball.
There was a time when Charlie Morton was an over-the-top pitcher, and they remade his delivery in the style of Roy Halladay.
Right, 3/4. He can get more sink.
And it seems to have worked for him, at least tonight.
Boy, he's got lots of movement, so you got to take him the other way. I mean, he's going to. I'm speaking purely as a left-hand hitter. He's going to. His bread and butter is that sinker.
Conforto lifts one to center. And McCutchen barely has to move. 2 out. So Morton rolling. He's retired 6 in a row. And now Ruben Tejada. Well, the Pirates went 2 decades without so much as a winning season before they finally broke the spell 2 years ago under Clint Hurdle, and they're looking to make the postseason for the 3rd straight year. Tejada takes a strike. Ruben struck out his first time up.
Good curveball. He does throw a lot like Halladay. Yeah, good call. But that's the same pitch he struck out on the first at bat.
Popped up. Morrison to foul ground. And Charlie Morton making it look easy. He's retired 7 in a row. He's got 5 scoreless under his belt and a 3-0 lead. Award-winning Zac Brown Band Friday, August 21st and Saturday, August 22nd as part of their Jekyll and Hyde World Tour. Purchase your tickets at Mets.com/ZBB. Which part of the tour is Jekyll and which part is Hyde, I wonder?
I don't want to find out. It could be very ugly.
We'll be on the road. We're going to miss it. Andrew McCutchen leads off. Takes a changeup outside from John Neese. McCutchen walked and scored in the first, grounded out in the third, 0 for 1. 0 for 3 with 4 walks so far in this series. And Neese comes after him with a fastball, 1-1. McCutchen, Ramirez, and Cervelli for the Pirates in the 6th against Neese, who gave up a 2-run homer to Ramirez in the first, a solo shot to Gregory Polanco in the third. And not for the first time, McCutchen steps out on Neese. Trying his best to slow John down tonight.
Well, outside of 2 pitches, John Neese throwing a nice ball game. And 1, he should have been out of an inning.
That was the first inning when he thought he had struck out McCutchen. And the changeup he just got a piece of. Still 1-2. 3-2 pitch to McCutchen. Looked to just about everybody in the ballpark like a strike, but not to Bob Davidson. And McCutchen walked, and on the next pitch, Ramirez hit the 2-run bomb, and the Pirates were off and running. One-two. Struck him out. Another changeup. 5 strikeouts for John Neese tonight. He certainly had his game plan against McCutchen, didn't he?
Got him to chase. Good little sink.
So 1 out and nobody on. Well, I love that shot from the top of the scoreboard. That is just phenomenal.
You see all the responsibility of those outfielders.
Hot shot for Uribe. And he throws out Ramirez, 2 out. Really does, right? Let you see the perspective of just how much ground those guys have to cover.
Yes.
And the importance of getting that great first step.
It shows you the importance of how it's important to be strong up the middle. You got to have a center fielder to go get them. It's a lot of room behind that center fielder. You always think of Willie Mays and the great catch in the Polo Grounds. There's Pete. No.
Pete finds his way to every conceivable corner of this ballpark.
Pete. I wonder what he does at night.
I hope he doesn't sleepwalk. That's lined over the glove of Uribe and down the line by Cervelli. Chased by Conforto. And the throw to second not in time. Cervelli has a 2-out double.
Well, Cervelli keeps it rolling.
Talk about the trade that helps both teams. Pirates traded Justin Wilson to the Yankees to get Cervelli. Cervelli's been great for the Pirates. Wilson's been part of a terrific Yankee bullpen, and it's worked for both. Here's Michael Morris, who's walked and grounded out 0 for 1. And East blows one by him, 0-1.
Well, Morris is another one of those big guys. You can't let him extend his arms. He's got lots of holes. He's a mistake hitter. He used to hold his hands a lot further away from his body. It's like he's brought him back in a little more. Yep, not nearly as much.
He used to hold them out like you did. Those
I think more extreme.
You think?
Yeah. Mine were back. His was almost like, even with his
torso.
Yeah. Thank you. I didn't want to say
you're right.
that.
His arms are much more bent.
Yeah. See, but he doesn't get his arms back. So he has to take, when he starts to swing, he's got to basically bring his hands back. Creates a lot of movement. I kept my hands out, but they were more back in the hitting position.
Walker would be next. Cervelli at second and 2 out. And the curveball hits him. And Morris goes to first base.
Two identical, well, mirror images, I should say, of the hit by pitches. Both hit by pitches in this game. Both breaking balls. Both, I believe, on the back foot. One a right-hand hitter and one a left. Let's see.
Granderson was hit by Morton. This one off the front foot, of course.
So it wasn't a mirror. Oh, ouch.
Eighth batter that Nice has hit this year. And we're going to get a pinch runner for Morris. With the lead late in the game anyway, they get Morris out for defense. And Starling Marte will come in and run for him.
Interesting.
That worked for the Pirates last night. Marte, who's had the bad hand and has not been able to start, pinch ran in the 10th inning last night and wound up scoring the go-ahead run. So they'll probably move Rodriguez to first base and put Marte in left field.
Well, double scores two.
Neil Walker, the batter, and he takes a strike on the outside. Walker's taking a call third strike and flied out to right 0 for 2.
Walker 261 against left-handers this year and 69 at bats. No home runs. All of his power's from the other side. But all the Pirates need right here is a base hit.
And Darno needs a conversation. It's the first time tonight that the Pirates have had a runner at second base. So conversation about signs. 89 career home runs for Walker, and only 2 others have hit more as a second baseman since he began his career. And he punches one foul. The 2 second basemen who have more, Robinson Cano and Dan Uggla. Nice ahead 0-2. And it sails to the backstop. That'll move the runners up. So Nice uncorks a wild pitch, and now there are 2 in scoring position.
Now a base hit is really in order.
Chance for Darno.
That just got away from him.
For John Nice, only his second wild pitch of the season. So a huge spot for John. Down 3-0 in this game. A base hit could really put the Pirates in the driver's seat. Walker drives one foul. Neil Walker, Pittsburgh native, who's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. His dad was a big league player and great friends with Roberto Clemente, so he has Pirate roots going back to before his childhood. 1-2 coming. A little bit low with a changeup. 2-2. So it would be very unusual to see Neil Walker in anything but a Pirates uniform. But so far, whatever conversations they've had about an extension have not materialized.
It's early.
2-2 coming. And it's off the plate. 3-2. First base open. Sean Rodriguez, a light hitter on deck. So we'll see how Nice approaches this 3-2 pitch. Three-two coming, and a little comebacker. It'll be Darno to play it. Side retired. Nice gets a huge out to end the top of the 6th inning and keep it a 3-0 game.
we Met fans?
Oh, yes, we are. All the
Go.
way from Maryland.
Maryland for the weekend?
Just for the weekend
Good.
to see the Mets.
All 3 games? Just tonight? Well, you have a good time. Make sure you hydrate today. It's hot. Keep this on your dash, and you're good to go.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
It's nice to see you diversifying, Keith.
Well, I thought I was punished. So I got thrown into the parking.
I want to know one thing, and we'll talk more about this next week. We'll have a fuller report on Keith's stint as a parking lot attendant, but did you get to keep the shirt?
No. One of the attendants wanted me to sign it, so I signed it. Is
it going to Cooperstown?
No.
Juan Lagares pinch hitting for John Neese. This will start at the bottom of the 6th.
It was it's actually quite fun, and similar to what Ron and I did the one time in the parking lot playing catch earlier in the year. And what was interesting was when I wore the hat and the glasses, and we won't talk too much about it, we got a good close game here. People did not recognize me a lot, and it wasn't until I took my hat and glasses off that then they started. They put 2 and 2 together. But the people that didn't know who I was, and I was trying to talk to them, it's like they didn't want anything to do with me. It's like, shoot this guy, shut up. Here's some money.
Why would they want to
leave
talk
me
to
alone?
a parking lot attendant? I mean, a lot of those guys who work out there are terrific, but, you know, you're trying to get to your parking space. You don't want to be held up. 2-1 to Lagares. And he hits a sharp ground ball, but right at Ramirez, who smothers it and makes the play for the first down. So John Neese out of the game. Lagares bats for him. John goes 6 and throws 82 pitches tonight. Sean Rodriguez moves from left field to first base. Starling Marte, who pinch ran, stays in the game in left field for the Pirates. It tightens up their defense. And Charlie Morton's retired 8 in a row. He's still given up only 1 hit tonight. That's our 0 for 14 since the Cespedes 1-out single in the first. The last 2 times that Neese has pitched, the Mets have gotten him in the lead in the inning they pinch hit for him. This is going to be a much tougher hill to climb. 1-1 to Granderson, who's struck out and been hit by a pitch. Well, Charlie Morton, who grew up in Reading, Connecticut, has never beaten the Mets. Always has a lot of family and friends on hand when he comes to pitch here at Citi Field. His 7th career start against the Mets, but he's 0-3, 3.96, and in position now to beat his hometown team for the first time.
Well, you remember last night, and this is totally unrelated, but Clint Hurdle made a similar move where he pinch ran Marte, who has the bad hand. But he didn't put him in the game last night. Tonight, he's in left field, and he's going to have a chance to hit, so his hand must be better.
Granderson strikes out on that curveball that Morton has featured all night long, and that's his 8th strikeout.
Well, I stand corrected. He did put him in the game, but
Only for half an inning
it was late.
10th, yeah.
It was late, and he wasn't going to hit.
Here he brought him in earlier, so I think you're right. He must be well enough to swing the bat.
Correct.
Or at least bunt, which he can do. So 2 out now. Cespedes, who had the only Met hit back in the first inning, stole second, went to third on a throwing error, was stranded there. And the Mets have had only 2 base runners since. A walk to Johnson in the second, and Granderson hit by a pitch in the third. He bangs one off his foot and goes down in a heap.
Well, just you're seeing a pitcher throwing tonight a lot like Rick Russell. Reminds me of the Cubs. There's a foul. That's off the shin, and he's just above his shin guard, so that did get some bone. And that hurts.
Right back up. Readjust that shin guard.
I think he's going to elevate it.
I want to know, why did he move the yellow sleeve from his left arm to his right arm?
We're going to have to get our sideline reporter Doug down there to find out.
I mean, the parakeet appeared when he was wearing the left arm sleeve.
He's got the same color on his chain there too.
Ray Ramirez out to make sure Cespedes is okay.
It's very hard to break a shin bone on a foul tip. He's okay.
Not a guy who's going to come out of the lineup easily. Remember what he told Terry Collins when he arrived. He said, put me in the lineup every day and don't worry about me.
Like to hear that.
And he hits one through the hole, a base hit. Well,
I think we got
last night he got knocked down and then hit a home run. Now he fouls one off his shin and gets a base hit.
He's got the 2 hits, the only 2 hits the Mets have had this ball game. He's a hitter. Went out and got that sinker.
So the Mets have a 2-out base runner. And here's Murphy, who's been up twice, struck out both times, swinging in the first, looking in the fourth. Cespedes has already stolen a base tonight.
A little bit of a gamble here coming inside. First pitch on Murph. Let's see. Yep, Cervelli likes to call aggressively in.
And Murphy lifts one to right center field, but McCutchen over in the gap has room.
He missed it.
The side retired. So Murphy takes a shot, comes up short after 6, 3-0 Bucks. Mets with a 4.5 lead over the Nats, who play later tonight in San Francisco. The Pirates and Cubs in the top 2 wild card spots. Cubs have been just raging hot. They've won 8 in a row, 14 of 15 going into their game tonight against the White Sox. And everybody else in that National League wild card race significantly behind. Very different from the American League wild card race, where you've got so many teams tightly bunched within contention. Carlos Torres will pitch in the 7th inning for New York.
Well, Carlos has been kind of the guy that was a workhorse for this ball club, and this year his pitching time has diminished. And I believe this is only his 3rd time since the All-Star break here?
Well, in the month of August. This is
right.
And he came in last night, which was only his 2nd outing in August, and now in for the 2nd straight night. Sean Rodriguez will lead off for the Pirates. And takes up and in for ball 1. Rodriguez robbed of a hit on a fantastic play by Uribe his last time up. Charlie Morton, the pitcher, on deck, and then Gregory Polanco, against whom you might want to bounce one the first pitch. Rodriguez flies one to shallow right, and Granderson makes the call. 1 out. So Nice went 6. He allowed 3 runs, 5 hits, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, a hit batsman, a wild pitch, and 2 home runs. 82 pitches for John. His ERA goes up a tick to 3.50. But that's 12 quality starts in his last 13 outings.
2 pitches hurt him. 2 home runs. Counted for all the runs.
Morton is 0 for 2. Anderson made a nice running catch to deny him an extra base hit in the second. Then he struck out in the fifth. Is that us? No escape?
Well, depends.
What
time of year?
I didn't think they locked the door here.
Right now, we're not escaping. We got 2 more months, a month and a half of hard work.
You call this work? Come on. Popped up. Kelly Johnson calls. 2 out. Follow the Mets wherever you are with MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at Bat for your smartphone or tablet. Well, Gregory Polanco has seen 3 pitches tonight. First pitch, single to right. Second pitch, home run off the right field foul pole. Third pitch, single to left.
Last night, 2 for 5, game-winning RBI in the 10th inning.
Might want to bounce one. Just saying. Fourth pitch, they may finally get him out, but Johnson bobbles in and loses the play. Wow. Routine ground ball, and Kelly Johnson just muffed it. And Polanco is on base on a 2-out error.
Well, when you're an infielder and you get a routine ground ball, and this can happen to anybody. It came up. You're kind of embarrassed. You know you should have made it. You just hope that it doesn't cost your team. You use 2 hands. You just hope you don't cost your team a run.
The Mets had gone 9 straight games without an error before that miscue by Kelly Johnson. Now Jung-Ho Kang, who's 0 for 3 tonight. You don't see that often, do you? 4 at bats, put the first pitch in play, all 4.
He's what you call a hacker, and I agree. You might want to see if he will swing at some bad pitches. I'm sure they got a lengthy scouting report on him.
He faked the start from first and then pulled up as Kang took a strike.
He has 45 walks, Gary, on the season. 109 games, 400 and a little over 400 at bats. He's going to probably walk around 65 times. That's decent.
Had an interesting discussion with Terry Collins tonight about aggressive hitting. You know, the Mets have a certain organizational philosophy that stresses patience and working pitchers and waiting for the optimum pitch to hit. But they've added a couple of hitters like Cespedes and Uribe who are not that kind of hitter. And I asked him if that had an impact on some of the younger hitters, watching veteran guys who go out of that game plan. And Terry said, well, you know, that works for some guys, veteran hitters, but it may not work for everybody. And talking specifically about a guy like Juan Lagares, that the numbers have shown that when he's too aggressive, when he chases pitches, he's not been successful. And that he's better off having a bat like he did last night, working the count when he drilled that double in the 10th inning.
Well, here's Polanco's night, the first inning. First pitch, bullet, fastball, outer half, down. This was the home run, a hanger, first pitch, off the screen. And here's another first pitch. Voila, up fastball, outer half, beautiful hitting. That was a cut and slash. I love that word. I mean, that's the only way I can describe it.
Kang is 1 for 8 in this series. Polanco's running, Kang swinging, deep center field. Cespedes back on the warning track, and he's got it. Side retired. Kang gave it a ride. Second one he's hit to the warning track tonight. And Torres through the top of the 7th.
He ran a long way for that.
Around the Majors brought to you by No Escape in theaters everywhere August 26th. The Red Hot Cubs, Chris Bryant, 12-game hitting streak. They're tied with the White Sox. David Peralta helping the Diamondbacks beat up on Mike Foltynewicz, and Gio Gonzalez against Jake Peavy in San Francisco tonight. Big story last night was in Colorado for the San Diego Padres.
Yes.
A first ever. As Uribe lays off, the Padres, who came into existence in 1969 as Uribe went around on that half swing. Last night was their 7,444th game, and Matt Kemp became the first Padre ever to hit for the cycle.
And did it the hard way. Had to get the triple.
Uribe deep to center field. McCutchen back, looking up, and it's out of here! Juan Uribe gets the Mets on the board. His 12th home run, his 4th as a Met. And it cuts the Pirates lead to 3-1. Four home runs in just 58 at bats as a Met.
This was a rocket. Sinker that didn't sink that much. Middle, down. That's a bolt.
I'll get the Pirates bullpen going as Kelly Johnson steps in and takes inside.
Very strong.
McCutchen robs home runs on cell phone ads, but not that one. That's first run of the game brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. America runs on Dunkin'. Johnson tonight has walked and struck out. And swings over the curveball, 1-2.
Good curve.
That has been the difference maker for Morton tonight. To go with that sinker. 8 strikeouts for Morton, and make it 9 as it gets Johnson. That matches Charlie Morton's season high, the 9 strikeouts. Just 2 shy of a career high. That's the first out of the inning.
Curveball, not a strike inside. Chased it. And not a man alive or dead that could hit that pitch. Not even a big Teddy ball game.
Missed it by that much. Here's d'Arnaud, and he takes the curveball off the plate for ball 1. Travis tonight has grounded into a double play and struck out.
Morton likes his curveball this inning.
The 81 pitches for Morton, working in the 7th inning. But after that home run, Pirates got the bullpen cranking. Joakim Soria, a late acquisition by the Pirates. He's been the 7th inning guy since his arrival, with Tony Watson in the 8th and Mark Melancon in the 9th. d'Arnaud chops one down to third. Ramirez gives ground. And its throw pulls Rodriguez off the bag, and d'Arnaud is safe. Well, Ramirez kind of la-di-da'd that play.
He sure did.
And Travis d'Arnaud is aboard. And we'll see if the Pirates want to challenge this call. They got the benefit of a tag call last night.
Just the double clutch right there did it. He's safe.
Not this time.
Good hustle by d'Arnaud.
So the Pirates commit their 2nd error of the game, and the Mets get the tying run to the plate with Michael Conforto.
This has been the Achilles heel of this Pirate club.
Their 84th error of the year, the 2nd most in the league. They've had 45 unearned runs against them, also the 2nd most in the league. Conforto takes a curveball that just misses for ball 1.
And all of a sudden, Bob Davidson's gotten a strike zone, has tightened up.
Moving Tejada on deck. That's down 3-1 in the 7th. Uribe's home run opened the inning. And Conforto takes a splitter for a strike, 1-1.
Michael's got to think left center field. More so now late. Home run ties the ball game. So right-hand sinker baller against a left-hand be more inclined to run that sinker on the outside corner.
Conforto 0 for 2 tonight. And the backdoor curveball misses, 2-1. So Robles on the left, Tyler Clifford on the right, getting ready in the Mets bullpen after Carlos Torres pitched an effective 7th. Two-1 for Morton, and Conforto drives one deep right field. Polanco looks up, and it's out of here. Michael Conforto ties the game. His first Citi Field home run. Conforto's second big league home run. They've both been huge. A 3-run shot in Miami, and now a game-tying 2-1 homer in the bottom of the 7th.
Well, that got this crowd going. Well, we'll see this pitch sequence. Backdoor curve low, just missed. Good eye. Sinker outside for 1-1. Backdoor breaking ball could have gone either way. And he comes with a sinker. Got too much of the plate. Off the Honda sign.
Home runs by Juan Uribe and Michael Conforto have drawn the Mets even in the 7th. Call to the bullpen brought to you by the Honda Summer Clearance Event. Morton out, Soria in. We'll be right back to Citi Field. From the Tigers comes on here in the 7th.
Well, his 8th appearance for the Pirates. 5 2/3, 7 hits. So he's kind of settling in. But he's had a terrific season, as you can see his seasonal numbers there.
And his first bobble his last time out against the Cardinals. Ruben Tejada takes a fastball for a strike. Well, the Mets have been held in check. Just 2 singles over 6 innings against Charlie Morton. But Juan Uribe opened the door with a long home run to start the 7th. And after an error by Ramirez, Conforto cashed in a 2-run shot to tie it.
And it gets Jonathan Neese off the hook. All runs accounted for tonight via the home run. 4 in this game.
Each team with a solo and a 2-run shot. Michael Kadire on deck to bat for Carlos Torres. And Lucas Duda has a helmet on. He said he was available to pinch hit tonight. Tejada lifts one to center. And McCutchen is there. And that's the 2nd out.
Well, love the swing on this young man. I think he's got a bright future ahead of him. I think the Mets found themselves a really potential 3rd hitter of the future. And a very So Conforto makes Ramirez pay for his throwing error. We got a tie game.
And now Kadire pinch hits against Soria. Michael started at first base last night, went 0 for 4. He's had a lot of experience against Soria, but not much luck. Just 1 for 14 against this right-hander. He pitched so effectively with Kansas City for the first 5 years of his career. And the good curveball. A ball and a strike to Kadire. Story has bounced around the last few years after his 5 years with the Royals, Texas, Detroit, and now Pittsburgh. In one season, he saved 42 games for Kansas City. Dyer lifts one foul, and that'll go out of play. 1-2. So Morton goes 6 1/3, and his night crashed down here in the 7th. He allows 3 runs, 2 earned, 4 hits, 1 walk, 9 strikeouts, a hit batsman, and 2 home runs, and he'll wind up with a no decision. Dyer grounds one to short. Circling in on it is Gong. The off balance throw on target to end the inning, but the Mets get even. Shutout for the first 6. Juan Uribe put an end to that. His 4th home run as a Met. Got the Mets on the board. And then Michael Conforto, his 2nd big league home run. First time he's cleared the decks at Citi Field, and he ties the game after 7. Nissan.com. Gregory Polanco, 3 hits, including a home run. Aramis Ramirez had a 2-run homer in the first, but made a key error in the 7th that enabled the Mets to tie the game. And now we head for the 8th in a 3-3 game, and Tyler Clippard will come on to pitch the 8th inning for New York.
That's a role that he's familiar with. Pitched the 8th inning last night. Leadoff, pitched out of a leadoff walk. There's his numbers. He's been superb. Struck out McCutchen last night on a 3-2 changeup.
That finished off his 8th inning last night in a tie game. Now he faces McCutchen again in a tie game, this time leading off the 8th inning. McCutchen's 0 for 2 and a walk tonight, looking for his first hit in the series. And goes after the first pitch fastball and fouls it off. McCutchen, Ramirez, and Cervelli for the Pirates in the 8th. Ramirez 2-run homer in the first. Polanco solo shot in the 3rd to put the Pirates up. Uribe solo homer. Conforto 2-run shot in the 7th for the Mets to tie the game. Nothing and 2 to McCutchen.
Well, needless to say, this would be an enormous come from behind win for the Metsies if they can pull it off.
Dangerous part of the order for the Pirates here in the 8th. 0-2 to McCutchen. And he's hit by the pitch. And the Pirates have a leadoff base runner.
Changeup that got away from him, or was it a curve?
Changeup, I think. McCutchen gets hit a lot. That's the 10th time he's been plunked this year. Right on that elbow guard.
Yep, changeup.
Where's the elbow guard?
There's your circle change, almost like a splitter. Yeah, that's the splitter. You can see the ball tumbling. You can read the. It's more like a splitter change. The old tumbler.
So the go-ahead run at first and nobody on. McCutchen, 6 stolen bases this year. Ramirez steps in, hit a 2-run homer off Nice back in the first inning. Since then he's flied out and grounded out. And nobody would like more than Ramirez to atone for the error that he made in the last half inning. And Clippard starts him off with a changeup that misses.
So Ramirez has driven into and been responsible for letting into. Partial.
1.5. Ramirez 4 for 9 with a home run in his career against Tyler Clippard. McCutchen back in. Clippard's given up 5 stolen bases this year, so he has to be careful. One and one to Ramirez. McCutchen at first and nobody out. And Ramirez pops it up. Murphy trying to find it. And stays with it for the out. One away. Caught it in fair territory.
Hit and run guy right here. You got to be careful. Big part of that 2-run 10th last night, Gary.
Yep, they had Marte running on a 3-2 pitch, and Cervelli got a base hit. Tony Watson getting ready to pitch the bottom of the 8th inning. Cervelli tonight 1 for 3, double down the left field line his last time up against Nice. McCutchen at first and 1 out. And Cervelli pops one up. Cespedes eases in. 2 out. So now Starling Marte is due up. Marte has not had an at-bat since Wednesday when he pulled himself out of the game because of that injured left hand. He was brought in to pinch run in this game, stayed in left field, and I don't think we really know whether he can swing the bat.
Well, I think he can. They wouldn't have him in if they couldn't.
Well, he can bunt for hits, and the Mets certainly have to be wary of that.
And they're not. Uribe playing around 5 feet outside the cut of the grass.
McCutchen at first and 2 out. And Marte set to swing, takes the changeup in the dirt for ball 1.
Well, Met pitchers have just been so spectacular. Since the Mets picked up Clippard, it's really bolstered the back end of that bullpen. And Mets starters, over 50 starts have gone 7+ this year. It's phenomenal, fantastic in today's game. And it gets it to this guy in Familia.
They got 6 from Nice today. Torres pitched a nice 7th inning. And now Clippard trying to get the Mets through the tough part of the order in the 8th. Marte has had a really good year. He's hitting .285, 13 home runs. Part of a very young and very talented Pirates outfield with McCutchen, the elder statesman, at age 28. Polanco's certainly shown his goods tonight. Now Marte batting for the first time in the series. Changeup bounce foul, and it's 1-1. Speaking of young outfields, the Marlins today recalled Marcell Ozuna with Christian Yelich going on the disabled list. He had Ozuna parked in the minor leagues for a while, which incensed Scott Boras, who felt he was only being kept down there to reduce his arbitration eligibility.
I'm sure he was. Net fans are doing the wave here. They're bringing that back.
Did that last night. Better to do it with the opposing team at bat, as they are right now. There goes McCutchen, and Marte fouls it back.
You know, Marte had a good cut there, Gary. I think that answers our question. This is a good rip.
He hurt that left hand swinging the bat Tuesday night. Remember, that was the same way Giancarlo Stanton hurt his hand. Fortunately, not as serious an injury.
Nothing wrong with that cut.
Came off the mask of Darno, but he's okay.
Well, another barn burner here, Gare.
Oh, right where we were last night, tied in the 8th inning. McCutchen at first and 2 out, 1 and 2 to Starling Marte. Those are the numbers for Tyler Clippard since joining the Mets. Even better than his numbers in Oakland this year. One and 2 to Marte. Change up, tapped slowly. Clippard's got it. Side retired. Second straight night, Clippard works around a leadoff base runner. Mets will have the top of the batting order coming up in the bottom of the 8th. Granderson, Cespedes, and Murphy. After Clippard gets the job done in the top of the 8th. Home runs for Juan Uribe and Michael Conforto in the 7th inning allowed the Mets to tie up these Pirates 3-3. Yoenis Cespedes had the first 2 Mets hits. Mets will face the very tough left-hander Tony Watson in the home 8th.
Well, terrific left-hander, one of the best in the game. 5th season with the Pirates.
His numbers are good this year. They were even better last year when he pitched to a 1.63 ERA. Granderson 0 for 2 tonight. And Curtis takes a fastball inside for ball 1. Granderson has struck out twice, bracketing a hit by pitch. Joaquin Soria came in to get the final 2 outs in the 7th, and now Watson in the 8th. And Granderson fouls off the fastball. Watson keeping it inside on him, 1-1. Yoenis Cespedes, 2 hits tonight. He's on deck. Watson now 30 years old, out of the University of Nebraska.
Oh, good slider. Little 3/4 big sweeping hard slider.
Daniel Murphy, third man up in the inning. 1-2 to Granderson, and he rolls over that slider. Watson at Nebraska played with Alex Gordon, terrific Gold Glove outfielder of the Kansas City Royals. One-two. Granderson punches one foul.
Good idea right there. Good inside out. Battling.
I think the way the Pirates have their defense arrayed against Granderson, as Familia gets up, is the proper alignment against the left-hander. More likely to hit the ball to left field.
I just don't like giving that much of the left field line to Curtis.
That one almost nicked him. 2-2.
Good hard fastball in.
That's what Watson does.
Good message.
He's predominantly a fastball pitcher, throws it 77% of the time, and a lot of times inside. Seventh pitch of the at-bat coming to Granderson. And he whacks one to the left side, and Ramirez has played perfectly. One out.
Well, he'd be a tough mark. Not much of emotion. He hides the ball. He's 3/4, almost sidearm. Not much of a follow through. Another strong guy. Good old country hardball.
He was an all-star last year as a setup man, which tells you everything you need to know. There just aren't that many pitchers who work the eighth inning better than Tony Watson. Here's Cespedes, is 2 for 3 today. And he pops up the off-speed pitch, fouling out of play.
There they are.
Raleigh Parakeets are out in fourth.
Canaries.
Goldfinch.
As we said, Cespedes for the season hitting .208 against lefties. Looks like he doesn't have can't pick it up right now. Not great hacks. But as a Met, Garrett, in the 19 at bats he's had against left-handers, he's hitting .316 with a home run.
Cespedes hit his 20th home run of the year last night. Mets have hit 2 home runs tonight. Uribe and Conforto to tie the game. 0-2 from Watson. And Cespedes hits a comebacker.
Oh,
close play, 2 out.
Don't take too much time, young man. There's the old pump into the glove, and shouldn't have been that close.
So now Daniel Murphy, who's 0 for 3 tonight, his 10-game hitting streak might be in jeopardy here.
Same defense as with Granderson, except not so much in the hole.
He drills one foul.
Ramirez is not so much in the hole. Still giving the double down the left field line.
Murphy is the rare left-hand hitter who's had some success against Watson. 2 hits and 4 career at-bats. Takes a slider for a strike, and it's 0-2. That's Familia ready for the top of the 9th.
Another battle of the bullpens, Gary.
I saw a fascinating stat about the Pirates today. The last 12 games that the Pirates have played where relievers on both teams got decisions, so the game was decided in the bullpen, they have won all 12. The longest such streak since the 2009 Yankees. That's how good their bullpen has been, particularly of late. 0-2 to Murphy. Right through the wickets, but that's where Gong is playing right behind the bag, and they get Murphy. 3 ground ball outs for Watson, and the Mets are turned aside in the bottom of the 8th. On to the 9th, tied at 3. Jerry's familiar for the 9th inning. He has gotten over his post-All-Star game hangover, and he has been tremendous. Last 8 outings, no runs, 5 hits, and he will face the Pirates tonight in a tie game in the 9th inning. Tune in next Saturday when the Mets visit the Rockies. We'll be on the air at 8, immediately following Verizon Fios pregame at 7:30. Catch all the action right here on New York's home for baseball, Picks 11.
At the bottom of the order, Walker, Rodriguez, and there'll be a pinch hitter. And depending on the situation, I think if no one's on, it will probably be the big bomber, Pedro Alvarez.
They also have Travis Ishikawa on the bench as a left-handed bat. But first, it's Walker, who will bat left-handed for the first time tonight. He went 0 for 3 as a right-hand batter against John Neese. He is much more dangerous from the left side. We saw that last night when he homered in the first inning against Bartolo Colon. Walker, then Sean Rodriguez, and then the pitcher's spot. Mets have gotten 2 hitless innings out of their bullpen, 1 from Torres, 1 from Clippard, and now it's Familia's turn. Pirates 3 runs, 5 hits. The Mets 3 runs, 4 hits. Each team with 2 home runs, accounting for all of the scoring. And Walker, first pitch swinging, grounds 1 foul.
Kelly Johnson very deep in the outfield, around 10, maybe 15 feet on the outfield grass on second base. Straight away in the outfield.
Rodriguez to follow. Walker takes the splitter out of the strike zone. Mixing that in lately against the left-hand batters. It's a little different wrinkle. One and 1 to Walker, and there's another one. Get him ahead 1-2.
The old sinker. That was a splitter.
A little extra dive. 1-2. Late swing foul on the 99-mile-an-hour fastball from Familia.
Quick pitched him too, which we've seen Familia do all the time.
We call it the
LaTroy Hawkins. His little bag of tricks.
Roy's now up in Toronto. He winning that Tulowitzki deal. Walker with another late swing on the 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Familia worked the 9th inning last night, gave up an infield hit to Pedro Alvarez, but nothing else. One-two to Walker. In the air, left field, and Conforto's right there. One out. Now it's Sean Rodriguez, who hit the ball hard against Familia last night. He appeared late in the game and lined out to right field against Familia for the last out of the night. And true to Keith's word, Pedro Alvarez has come out on deck to bat for the pitcher. Rodriguez 0 for 3 tonight, robbed of a hit by Uribe back in the 5th. It's as good a defensive play as there's been tonight. In fact, it's our play of the game, brought to you by your local Infinity retailer.
We'll find backhand in foul territory from Juan.
That saved John Neese a lot of aggravation in the 5th inning. And Rodriguez takes a sinker out of the strike zone. 1-1. Neese went 6, allowed 3 runs, 5 hits, gave up the 2 early home runs to Ramirez and Polanco, and then threw very well after that. It's rallied to tie the game in the 7th. Rodriguez, no chance at that slider. 1-2.
Tough one to lay off.
One-two. Hit to left center field. Cutting over in the gap is Cespedes. He won't get there. Rodriguez with an extra base hit. It bounces away from Cespedes. Rodriguez going to try for 3. The throw by Cespedes. He got him! Oh, man, what a throw! Oh, wow! We said last night we hadn't seen Cespedes' arm. We've seen it now. An incredible throw to gun down Rodriguez.
Bad carom. I thought they were going to relay this ball. There's the arm. Good. I think it's a good effort. Good try by Rodriguez. Just a one-hop, perfect throw.
There's nobody else in baseball, I don't think, who could have made this play. But Cespedes has got an incredible outfielder's arm, and he shows it off there to keep a runner from getting to third with 1 out. What an enormous play by Yoenis Cespedes.
And what a throw.
Now Alvarez with 2 out and nobody on comes up to pinch hit. I don't think we've seen an outfield throw like this since Rick Ankiel.
It took the bad carom. I thought that they were going to cut it off, but he overthrew the cutoff man, the front cutoff man. And no need. 1 hop to Uribe. Made it easy for Uribe.
Perfect.
What a terrific throw.
One and one to Alvarez, who went 2 for 4 last night, including an infield single off Familia's glove in the 9th inning. Great outfield arms in many cases are a thing of the past. That was super spectacular. I mean, we got to watch Lagares when his arm was healthy the last couple of years, but this was just out of this world.
Well,
Cespedes just did.
If Lagares is in the center field with his bad elbow, that's a triple. And Rodriguez did the right thing. Take a chance.
That took a perfect throw.
Yes,
and
he
he
did.
made a perfect throw.
Yes, he did.
He is something special. Familia thus bailed out. Now ahead on Alvarez, 1-2. Away, 2-2. Melanson on the left, Archimedes Caminero on the right, getting ready in the Pirate bullpen. 2-2 from Familia. Struck him out. Familia puts on the finishing touches after Cespedes does the supernatural. Looked like a sure triple for Sean Rodriguez, and Cespedes, with this incredible throw, turns it into the second out. Mets come up in the bottom of the ninth, tied 3-3. Caminero will come in for the Pirates, trying to send this game to extra inning.
Well, he got the W last night, moved his record to 3-1. He's got outstanding stuff. Reminds me a lot of Cecilia Guante, the old Pirate right-hander.
Did Guante throw as hard as this guy?
Guante threw hard.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. And he had the split finger.
Caminero has been clocked at 101 miles an hour this season.
Well, I don't know if he threw 100 miles an hour, but a lot of times with guns, I don't believe either.
Well, Juan Uribe got the Mets started in the 7th inning tonight with a long home run to center field against Charlie Morton. And he'll try and start the Mets in the bottom of the ninth. And he takes a fastball at 99 miles an hour, 0-1.
He throws plenty hard, this kid.
Uribe, Johnson, and d'Arnaud for the Mets, looking for their 8th walk-off win of the year.
Good slider. He's got good stuff.
Never stuck with the Marlins in 2 trials the last couple of years, but he has been part of a very successful Pirates bullpen. Archimedes Caminero. 1-2 to Uribe. Joakim Soria worked 2/3 of an inning. Tony Watson a 1-2-3/8. So it's been 5 up and 5 down for the Pirates pen so far tonight, after they turned in 4 2/3 innings last night, allowing just 1 run. Slider gets away, 2-2. Almanero's not a youngster. He's 28 years old. It's taken him a while to refine himself, but has hit his stride this season.
Hey, when you've got a golden arm, people are going to hang in there with you.
2-2. Grounded slowly down to third. Ramirez this time makes an accurate throw. 1 out. Ramirez threw one offline against d'Arnaud in the 7th inning that set the stage for Conforto's tying home run. Now Kelly Johnson, 0 for 2 and a walk tonight. Struck out twice against Charlie Morton, who fanned 9 6 1/3 to match his season high, but he winds up with a no decision, as does John Neese. Inside to Johnson, 1-0. And now the cutter misses in. It's 2-0. Johnson with 11 home runs this year, including 2 as a Met. Travis d'Arnaud on deck. 3-3 bottom of the 9th. And Johnson takes a borderline strike. 2-1. Almanero wants a new ball. You don't see pitchers asking for new balls the way they used to, because now they take the ball out of play at every provocation. 2-1 coming. Johnson pulls one. Walker's there to field it. 2 out. So that is 7 up and 7 down for the Pirate bullpen, including 6 consecutive ground ball outs. And now d'Arnaud will bat with 2 out and nobody on. Travis 0 for 3 tonight, reached on Ramirez's error in the 7th inning.
This is baseball. This is good old-fashioned competitive baseball. Love it. Giving d'Arnaud that right field line, playing him dead pull on the right side of the infield.
And the cutter finds the outside corner, 0-1.
You see Rodriguez at first base, way over in the hole, and second baseman Walker up the middle.
Cervelli sets up away again, and that one misses outside. Ball and a strike.
You know, we're seeing the Pirates' strength here, folks, and that's their bullpen. This is a team with a solid pen.
Also Robles, ready for the 10th if it comes about. And keeping the ball away from d'Arnaud. 2-1. If d'Arnaud can keep the inning going, Michael Conforto, whose home run tied this game, would be next. Two-1 from Caminero, and it's wide at 100 miles an hour. 3-1. Well, if you're d'Arnaud, you got to be sitting dead red right here.
Well, yes, it's your pitch to pick at. You can look middle in, or you can whatever you like. d'Arnaud's been a little bit struggling.
And it's outside, ball 4, and the Mets have the potential winning run aboard, and Conforto coming up. Last time up, Michael Conforto, 2-1 count, and he took a big swing.
Well, Garrett, it wasn't a big swing. It was his beautiful swing. And he's got the power. A strong young man. Sinker that didn't get out enough. And a huge 2-run shot. Tie the ball game.
His second big league home run, his first at Citi Field. Now he's got the winning run at first and 2 out. He faced Caminero last night and hit a long fly ball to the warning track in left center for the last out of the 9th. Takes a fastball for a strike. That was as a pinch hitter. Was the first pitch he saw coming off the bench. 1 for 3 tonight. Darno at first and 2 out. And Conforto pulls one foul, and it's 0-2. Ruben Tejada would be next. Cervelli sets up inside. Darno not far off the bag. Now the 0-2.
Good cut
over the plate, and he fouled it back. Missed his location badly that time and got away with it.
Yes, and Conforto pulled off a bit. Wants it up and in. No, he didn't pull off. I'm sorry, he was right on there. Good hack.
The rookie facing a pitcher throwing 100 miles an hour in front of a full house in a tie game in the 9th. And Conforto goes down swinging, and we're going to extra innings for the 2nd straight night. Caminero gets the job done. We head for the 10th. Mets and Pirates tied at 3.
What a game.
Mazda, driving matters. By Optimum Wi-Fi. By your Tri-State BMW centers. By Norwegian Cruise Line. Cruise like a Norwegian. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by your Tri-Honda dealer. Hurry to your local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2015 models. So Robles will pitch the 10th inning for the Mets.
And I believe Terry did a flip-flop with the lineup, inserting Flores at second base.
And he moved Kelly Johnson out to left field, so Conforto comes out. And Flores will hit 9th in the order. There's Flores at second. Johnson moves from second base to left field. So this will enable the Mets to get 2 innings out of Robles if it's required. Robles pitched day before yesterday against the Rockies and worked a hitless 8th inning. He had not pitched in 8 days before that. It's been an interesting year for Robles, at times dominant, at times a little erratic. And he will face the top of the Pirates batting order in the 10th inning.
Terry, with lots of options now he's never had, really, basically, to move people around, being able to move Johnson to left field.
Fewer options, though, in his bullpen. He's used his best two in Clippard and Familia. Now he goes to Robles.
You wonder what that means. The hand behind the head, that means no doubles.
Well, Gregory Polanco has had 4 at-bats. He's hit the first pitch in play 4 times, and he's 3 for 4 with a home run. And he finally takes a pitch, a fastball for a strike. Polanco, Gong, and McCutchen for the Pirates in the 10th. Pirates are 8-7 in extra inning games. They've won their last 6. The Mets are 7-3 in extra innings, a loss last night. And Robles quickly ahead on Polanco, 0-2. Mets are going to Baltimore this week. They're going to have to contend with a red-hot Chris Davis. And wait a second, they said no pitch. Robles quick pitched, and Bob Davidson is going to disallow it.
Bob Davis wasn't ready. Bob was wandering around.
But what's his authority to overrule that pitch?
I don't.
Nobody called time.
Right. You're not ready to hit. You're ready to hit.
Doesn't matter because Robles strikes out Polanco for the first out. I don't understand that on Davidson's part. It's his responsibility to be ready. If he hasn't called time, why does he make it no pitch?
He's not supposed to.
No, I don't think he is.
And he wasn't ready. He got quick pitched.
Well, next time, be ready, Bob. 1 out and nobody on. Here's Jung Ho Gong, who's 0 for 4 tonight. Anyway, Chris Davis, 2 home runs tonight for the Orioles, including a walk-off in the bottom of the 9th as the Orioles beat Oakland 4-3. 34 home runs now for Davis. Who has had a 50 home run season. 1-1 to go. Mets will be in Baltimore Tuesday night and Wednesday night with DeGrom and Syndergaard. Another quick pitch. This one's popped foul. Backing out of play. 1-2 to go. Well, they're all doing LaTroy, aren't they?
Well, it's a good thing to do. If you're not ready as a hitter, it's your fault. I don't know about the umpire. He doesn't have to hit.
He just has to call it.
Oh, that's a good little. Just wild enough to make you go think on that.
Get your attention anyway.
Now we'll see if he's got any. If he stays in here. This one got away.
Gong twice has hit the ball to the warning track tonight. 0 for 4. 1 for 9 in this series.
Fastball away.
1-2. Up and away. Andrew McCutchen waiting on deck. Essential hitter for Robles to get out. 2-2 to Gong. Line, base hit into right center. Cespedes over to play it. And Gong has a 1-out single, and now McCutchen's coming up.
Pretty impressive at bat by Gong right there. Got decked, and he stayed in. There's the things you look for. Ball away, he kept his shoulder in. Actually, that ball was off the plate.
So 1 out and 1 on. Here's McCutchen, who's been on base 5 times in this series, but looking for his first hit. 4 walks, and he was hit by a pitch his last time up. 0 for 4 in the series. And he can't catch up with that fastball. 0-1.
Beat him in.
Also Robles, who just turned 25 years of age on Thursday. Deals the 0-1, and that's in for a strike, and it's 0-2 to McCutchen. Ramos Ramirez on deck. Oh, 2. Just off the corner. 1-2 to McCutchen.
No, ball outside. I like Robles' stuff. He's a rookie. He's thrown right into the water here. This is a stretch run, and he goes after hitters.
One, two coming. Fouled away. Well, if it hadn't been for the foolishness of Henry Mejia, he probably wouldn't be in this spot. This would probably be Mejia's inning. But Henry got himself suspended, and Robles moved up in the pecking order. Mets are hoping to have Eric Goodell back before too terribly long. Did a very nice job for the Mets earlier this year. He's rehabbing from an elbow injury. He'll be back as early as this coming week. That'll help fortify the bullpen. Again, the 1-2. Too high.
A hard thrower. This is a tough at bat right here. 0-2. Got it to 2-2. This is a dogfight, this game.
One of the best hitters in baseball. Robles trying to set him down. 2-2.
Oh.
Again, he just missed. Now it's a full count.
Do you send the runner now? 3-2. Did it miss? Barely. Boy, oh boy.
Tough strike zone there from Bob Davidson.
I got to think you send Gong here.
Three and two and 1 out. 3-3 game in the 10th. Gong runs. McCutchen fouls back the fastball. He had a good rip at that.
What a game. This is like the old days for me. I know we got 4 extra teams now, so there's a lot more dead weight, but this is 2 teams on the top of the heap that are there for a reason, and you see it on the field 2 nights in a row.
Eighth pitch of the at bat coming from Robles to McCutchen. Gong runs. McCutchen again fouls back a high fastball. And the battle continues.
What fun.
Rookie Hansel Robles against the former MVP Andrew McCutchen. 3-2. Struck him out. Throw by Darno, and Gong gets on a rundown. Tejada running him back. Flores with the tag. Strike him out. Throw him out. Double play. Side retired. Hansel Robles wins the battle from Andrew McCutchen.
Just came after him with fastballs, Gary. Well, Hughes last night was the first reliever in. Did a nice inning and 2/3. No hits, no walks, no runs. 1 strikeout, 14 pitches.
So after facing 5 batters last night, he comes right back out tonight to make his 58th appearance. Mets will have 8, 9, and 1 in the order. Tejada, Flores, and Granderson due up. Saturday night, tense ball game. Concert due after the game. Neo right now.
He's got to wait.
Has to wait. Green room. Hope he's enjoying the game.
I hope. Yeah, he's a baseball fan. It's a heck of a game to watch.
Ruben Tejada's 0 for 3 tonight. Struck out, fouled out, flied out. Wilmer Flores on deck, and then Granderson. Pirate bullpen is not allowed a hit over 2 2/3 innings. Soria, Watson, Caminero, and now Hughes. What a job by Hansel Robles. A great battle with one of the best hitters in baseball, and Robles won the battle.
Yes, he did. Throwing 3-2 heat, 3 straight. Went after him. I love him.
2-0 to Tejada. By the way, if you're keeping the scorecard, the play on the clock stealing was 2-6, 3-6, 4.
It could have been 2-6, 3-6, or 2-6-3. Excuse me.
And now 3-0. So Hughes, who retired 5 in a row last night, puts himself in immediate jeopardy tonight. Only 15 walks in 51 innings this year. Tejada will take a pitch, and it's a strike.
Yes, it is.
A high one, but a strike nonetheless. "6'7" Jared Hughes. Throws 3-1 to Tejada, and it's on the corner. 3-2.
Tejada taking all the way.
Usually we see Ruben getting from 0-2 to 3-2. Here from 3-0 to 3-2. With Flores on deck. And Ruben bounces one toward the middle. Base hit! And the Mets get the leadoff man on to the bottom of the 10th. Big at bat for Ruben Tejada.
Now what do you do if you're a skipper? Do you bunt with Mr. Flores, or do you hit with him? You have all the options here, and the big hole up the middle, no one can get to that one.
Gotta swing the bat with Flores, don't you?
I get
so
you can put a hit and run on.
Yeah, you could do that too. Hughes not as overpowering as some of the other Pirate relievers. Not a strikeout guy. Well, his hot streak for the Mets began 2 weeks ago Friday when Wilmer Flores hit a 12th inning walk-off home run against the Washington Nationals. That's looking for another extra inning walk-off win tonight, and Flores at the plate with Tejada at first. Mets have won 11 of 14 starting with that Flores blast. Tejada not at all a threat to steal a base.
Ramirez in on the grass around 4 feet at third base.
Curtis Granderson on deck.
Polanco on the right, really on that right field line.
Is that more about seeing whether Flores is bunting than checking in on Tejada?
No, I think that I mean, Ruben's not a base stealing threat.
Right. So
But
why
two throws over eliminates Ruben even thinking about maybe trying to sneak one. Now you can focus on home.
Flores set to swing, and he flies one left field deep. Back goes Marte. He's got room, and he makes the catch. Back to first Tejada, 1 out.
Just got in the Cocina just enough with a sinker down and in. Let's see, just got in enough.
Flores making a bid, coming up shy. 1 out and 1 on for Granderson. Curtis 0 for 3, was hit by a pitch back in the third.
Polanco playing a very shallow. He's moving back now. He better. But playing Curtis for a pull hitter, and yes, I would have tend to do that. I would move my whole outfield over on Curtis. I would bring the center fielder into the gap.
1 out and 1 on.
And it's a good matchup for Curtis. Sinker ball pitcher. Going to keep the ball down. Not overpowering. Curtis can get one to pull.
Granderson faced Hughes last night when he hit a ground ball to third, and Ramirez made a nice stab going to his left and threw him out. And Ramirez playing off the line right in that same spot tonight.
All these games are very important. 46 games left. Cardinals have won tonight. Pirates are aware of that.
One to Granderson.
Washington plays later in San Francisco.
Not too much later. About 5 minutes from starting. 1-0 to Granderson. And Curtis fouls off the sinker. 1-1.
And if you're the Pirates, you're looking up at the scoreboard and you're seeing the Cubs ahead of the White Sox 6-2 in the 7th.
Cubs just don't lose right now.
Boy, oh boy, so you've got to keep pace. This is on point right here. Anybody falls asleep on guard gets to do KP.
One from Hughes. Right back to Hughes, but he lets it go to Gong. The step and the fire. The pick by Rodriguez, and they turn the double play to end the inning. 6-6-3 double play, and the inning is over, and we head for the 11th. Gong with a nice step and fire. Good pick by Rodriguez. And that gets the Pirates through the 10th.
I've got a 6-3 double play.
On for the 11th. Ramos Ramirez will lead off for the Pirates in a 3-3 game. Second straight extra inning affair between these two.
Robles is a guy that can go multiple innings. He's got a rubber arm.
Ramirez set the tone tonight with a 2-run homer in the first inning against John Neese. Since then, he's flied out, grounded out, popped up. He also made a key error in the 7th inning that helped the Mets tie the game. Robles gets ahead on Ramirez 0-1. Hey, remember when the Rockies were here the other day with John Gray, the good-looking young starter, and they pulled him after 75 pitches? They pulled him after 69 pitches tonight. 1 run in 5 innings.
Jeez.
Fly ball right center. Granderson's right there. 1 out. Well, the Mets have used 5 pitchers tonight. John Neese gave up 2 early home runs, and nobody's given up anything since. Torres pitched the 7th, Clipper the 8th, Familia the 9th. Robles handled the 10th, and now trying to do the same in the 11th.
No one has left the ballpark. Still packed. I'm sure it's the game, and I'm sure it's also Neo, though. They're waiting. Anticipating.
Let there be music. Francisco Cervelli with 1 out. Takes a slider low. Joe Blanton is up in the Pirate bullpen. Longtime starting pitcher, now working out of the pen for the Pirates. High fastball from Lobos. 1-1 to Cervelli. Robles in the 10th struck out Polanco, gave up a hit to Gong, and then struck out McCutchen. And Cervelli was trying to ask for time, and this time Davidson did not grant time, but Robles stopped himself.
Right, and Robles should have thrown it.
Well, he got burned the previous time, remember, when Davidson called a no pitch. So he's a little spooked. But he gets the slider in for a strike, and each time that's happened now, he's followed up with a good pitch. So give credit to Robles, who has kept his head. One and 2 to Cervelli, who's 1 for 4 tonight. 2-2. Two to Cervelli. Just missed. Robles got squeezed a couple of times by Bob Davidson in these last 2 innings.
No complaints from anybody, so I think it's outside.
Full count to Cervelli. And he lays off the 3-2 slider, and Cervelli's on with a walk. So the Pirates with a 1-out base runner in the top of the 11th. And now Starling Marte will come up for the second time. Marte came in as a pinch runner, stayed in the game in left field, and hit a comebacker in his only at bat in the 8th against Tyler Clippard.
Well, you're going to get the fastball from Robles. He's not afraid. He's going to bring it and rush it on up there.
Neil Walker waiting on deck. Cervelli at first with 1 out. And Marte lifts one to center. Easy for Cespedes. 2 out. So now Neil Walker, who's 0 for 4 tonight.
He had a home run last night. He was first pitch off Cologne in the first inning, hit the solo shot, the line drive to right center field.
And he hasn't been on base since. Now 1 for 9 in the series. Cervelli at first and 2 out, and Walker first pitch swinging, fouls it back. Five-year-old Hansel Robles with his heaviest lifting of his young career. And he's quickly ahead on Walker, 0-2. Now the 0-2. Out to left field. Johnson is there. Side retired. 2 scoreless innings from Hansel Robles. Now the Mets come up in the bottom of the 11th, and Yoenis Cespedes will lead things off. Cespedes is impressed with his bat and his arm tonight. They'll try and get the Mets a win in the bottom of the 11th, tied at 3. We're just underway and just put a run across in the first inning against Jake Peavy and the Giants.
It's scoreboard watching time.
Changes for the Pirates. Travis Ishikawa will play first base and bat ninth. Sean Rodriguez, his third position of the night, moves to second base. And Joe Blanton, the veteran right-hander, will pitch the bottom of the 11th. Saw a lot of Blanton when he pitched for the Phillies.
Originally with Oakland as a starter.
Now 34 years old.
Bounced around.
He's with his 6th major league team. He's made 3 relief appearances for the Pirates since they picked him up from Kansas City earlier this year. Got him in a straight cash deal 2 days before the trading deadline. So it is into Blanton's hands that this game is entrusted in the bottom of the 11th to face Cespedes, Murphy, and Uribe. It is generally the case the teams on the road will stay away from their closer until they get a lead. And that's what Clint Hurdle does here. Uses Blanton rather than going to Melanson. Cespedes tonight 2 for 4. And made the play of the year in the outfield, throwing out Sean Rodriguez, trying to stretch a double into a triple in the top of the 9th. And the slider from Blanton well off the plate, 1-1. Cespedes fouls it back 1-2. Well, this was the play in the ninth. 1 out. Jerry's Familia on the mound. Sean Rodriguez at the plate.
In the gap, takes a bad carom right here. And he makes the play, and look at the throw. I can't add any more to it than what you just saw with your own eyes. A one-hop perfect strike to Uribe at third.
He's made a habit in his career of making jaw-dropping plays like that, and it couldn't have come in a bigger spot. That would have been the go-ahead run at third and 1 out had Rodriguez arrived safely. Murphy and Uribe to follow Cespedes here in the bottom of the 11th. Blanton with a 2-2, and it's off the plate, full count. Cespedes 0 for 5 in his career against Blanton. Maybe one of the reasons why Clint Hurdle went to him in this spot. 3-2 coming. And he gets him with a breaking ball for the first out.
Chased a bad one. Big out for Blanton and the Pirates. Hardly any stride. Not a whole lot of lower body in his swing. He's just so strong.
Now Murphy, who's 0 for 4 tonight, has another crack at extending his hitting streak. 10 games coming into the night. 2 for 9 in his career against Blanton. He takes a strike.
Pull on the infield. Second baseman Rodriguez in the outfield grass. Gong up the middle.
More pull than we normally see against Murphy. Against Blanton, who doesn't throw hard.
Well, he used to throw hard. Doesn't throw hard as hard as he used to. When he came up with Oakland, he was a hard thrower. Top step.
One and 2 to Murphy.
So much for the batters having to stay in the box. 1 foot in the box. Huh? They have not enforced that.
They get a pass after a foul ball. That's about where Blanton's going to top out these days at 93. 2-2 to Murphy. Juan Uribe, who got the Mets offense started tonight with a 7th inning home run, is on deck. Blanton, the 6th Pittsburgh pitcher of the night. They've gotten 4 scoreless innings out of their pen so far. Murphy slaps one the other way, and a great stop by Ramirez, throwing from his knees, and he is out. Oh, man. Ramirez made a key error earlier. He makes up for it big time with a great play to throw out Murphy for the second out.
Boy, there have been everything. It's been everything in this game. So another beautiful play here. From the knees, 1 hop. Nice pick by Ishikawa. So we have ourselves a ball game. Nice play.
Now it's Uribe with 2 out and nobody on. And he takes a high slider, ball 1. Uribe 1 for 4, had a long home run to center field in the 7th, and he has struggling numbers against Blanton, just 2 for 15 in his career. So clearly Clint Hurdle went with the matchups in deciding on Blanton for this inning.
Ooh, high cheddar right by him. He does not get cheated, Gary.
And now it's 1 and 2.
I think when Cervelli, there's O'Flaherty up in the bullpen for the Mets. When Flaherty gets when Cervelli gets down low. Oh, hanger, and he got him.
So Blanton works a 1-2-3 bottom of the 11th with a couple of strikeouts as he takes care of Uribe. On to the 12th, still tied at 3.
A beautiful night in New York. And we are in extra innings, folks. If you're just joining us in the top of the 12th, another terrific game between two teams that are fighting for a playoff berth.
Hansel Robles begins his third inning of relief. Sean Rodriguez leads off the 12th. First pitch swinging, flies one to Cespedes, took a step back, but he's there. One out.
Third inning of relief for Robles, and he, like I said, he's another guy that can be your classic long man. He's a strong kid, throws hard, rubber arm.
Now Travis Ishikawa will bat for the first time. Ishikawa, who started last night in left field, went 0 for 3 in his second tour of duty with the Pirates after beginning this year with the Giants, for whom he hit the series-ending home run against the Cardinals in the LCS last year. And he takes a fastball for a strike. Well, Robles giving no quarter. In the 10th inning, in a big spot, he struck out McCutchen after a long battle. Worked around a walk in the 11th. Misses high to Ishikawa, 1-1. Clint Hurdle still has two players left on his bench: his backup catcher Chris Stewart, backup infielder Pedro Florimon. Good slider by Robles, 1-2. Terry Collins, two players left on his bench: his backup catcher Anthony Recker, and, if he's available, Lucas Duda. Up and away, 2-2 to Ishikawa with Gregory Polanco on deck. Mets have used 5 pitchers. The Pirates have used 6. Two coming on the outside corner, got him looking. 2 men down. Third strikeout in relief for Hansel Robles. This is a real coming of age night for this rookie.
The team in general. The ball's outside, got a little bit of a gripe.
Not the first unhappy customer. Now Polanco has had a big impact on this game, 3 for 5, including a third inning home run off the right field foul pole. First 4 at bats, he put the first pitch into play. Struck out on 3 pitches against Robles, the first man he faced in the 10th. And first pitch swinging, hits one deep to left, but that's where Johnson is playing. Side retired. 1-2-3 inning for Robles, who's turned in 3 scoreless innings in relief. Still 3-3. Innings to keep the Mets even.
Wonderful job by the bullpen. 6 scoreless.
Meanwhile, the Pirates will leave Joe Blanton in for a second inning of relief.
We're in the point now with the bullpens and extra innings where you're going to get, he's at the middleman. Blanton, of course, a former starter. He can give you long innings.
Well, Clint Hurdle has only 2 relievers left with Blanton now in the game. He's got Antonio Bastardo and Mark Melanson, each of whom pitched last night. And these 2 games have just been scintillating. And if these 2 teams ever met in October, this is what you would expect the games to be like.
Absolutely. This is just 2 good teams right here. You play the upper echelon, and this is the kind of product you get out here. A very good one. It's nice to see.
All 6 runs in this game have come on home runs. Each team has hit 2 home runs. Pirates got there 2 early against John Neese, and they've been held off the board since. Mets tied it in the 7th on home runs by Uribe and Conforto. Now they come up in the bottom of the 12th against Blanton with Kelly Johnson to lead off. And Kelly takes a slider for a strike. Blanton worked a 1-2-3 11th with a couple of strikeouts, and a terrific play behind him by Ramos Ramirez. Ball and a strike to Johnson. Travis d'Arnaud on deck, and then the pitcher's spot for the Mets. And Lucas Duda, you would assume, is looming if he's available. Johnson taps one foul. 1-2. And there's Lucas getting that final bubble gum in before he gets his batting helmet. Gotta get that gum just right. 1-2 coming. Johnson goes down on the slider. Blanton looking very impressive. He's retired 4 in a row with 3 strikeouts. That's 13 strikeouts for Pirate pitching tonight.
Good little slider right there. Johnson fishing.
Meanwhile, in San Francisco, Ian Desmond just homered off Jake Peavy in the 2nd inning. Nationals 2, Giants nothing. Here's d'Arnaud, who's 0 for 3 and a walk tonight. And there is Lucas out on deck. Lumbar strain and all.
Little loop.
Popped up. Cervelli for a look, but that's back in the crowd. Pirates starter tonight was Charlie Morton, who sailed through 6 but gave up the 2 home runs in the 7th. Joaquim Soria went 2/3. Tony Watson, Archimedes Caminero, Jared Hughes each turned in a scoreless inning, and now Blanton working on his 2nd inning. Blanton now 34 years old since coming out of the University of Kentucky. He has been well traveled and now a home in the Pirate bullpen. And a call strike with a slider, and it's 0-2. And d'Arnaud down on 3 pitches. 5 batters, 4 strikeouts for Joe Blanton. And now Duda comes up to pinch hit.
Fastball away.
Well, Lucas missing his 5th straight start tonight because of the back issues. Took batting practice today, pronounced himself ready to pinch hit. And here he is in the bottom of the 12th with 2 out and nobody on. 21 home runs to lead the team. Looking for one big swing. And Blanton serves him a slider. He tries to lay off. And Bob Davidson will not check at 3rd base. He just won't. Cervelli kept asking him, and Bob said no. It's a ball.
I like it.
Duda 0 for 7 in his career against Blanton. Big shift on against him. And he takes the changeup off the plate, and it's 2-0.
My feeling is Lucas, he's going to pitch Lucas very carefully. You see the big shift. Tejada in the on-deck circle is much less likely to hit a home run.
He's caught on the 2-0 changeup. Duda has 2 career pinch hit home runs. Mets have just 5 hits tonight, but home runs by Uribe and Conforto. And a fastball misses, and now Blanton behind 3-1.
Got to look middle in here. Launching pad.
Tejada would be next. 2 out and nobody on. 3-1 coming to Duda. And he walked him.
Well, that was the better part of valor?
Discretion. Well, the Mets have the potential winning run at first, and how well Duda can run, I think, remains to be seen. But they're not taking him out for a pinch runner. Well, they could use a pitcher to run
That's
for him.
true.
If he were hurting badly enough that he couldn't run at all, but clearly Terry has enough confidence that he can score from first if he has to.
With all the pitch counts and everything today, they're gonna risk a pitcher out there to get hurt. I wouldn't. Leave Lucas out there.
Tejada 1 for 4, had a base hit his last time up in the 10th, and he grounds one toward the hole. That sneaks through for a base hit. Duda pulls in at second, and the Mets have the winning run in scoring position with 2 out. And Wilmer Flores coming up.
Nice hitting by Ruben. Fastball right down the middle. The base hit away from winning this ball game.
And who better to have up than Wilmer Flores? We made a bid to end this game in the 10th inning and hit one deep to left that was caught. Well, Blanton had retired his first 5, striking out 4, but he walked Duda. Tejada following with his second hit in extra innings. And now Flores with a chance to get the winning run home. And Wilmer takes the breaking ball down for ball 1. Duda carrying the winning run at second. Some good arms in that Pirate outfield, including Polanco in right. He's playing very shallow. And Flores takes a slider for a strike.
And very shallow indeed in right field. We've seen Wilmer just kind of touch the ball out to right field. So I think it's excellent outfield placement.
One coming outside. You're talking about touching the right field. That go-ahead hit he had in Tampa Bay.
Yes, they want to drop in front.
Curtis Granderson would be next. It's been a storybook couple of weeks for Wilmer Flores. Trying to add another chapter to the saga. And Wilmer takes a good cut and fouls it back. 2-2. Two on, 2 out, 2-2 to Flores. That slider away.
Hung in there nicely.
This is only the Mets' second plate appearance with a runner in scoring position tonight. They were 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position last night, 0 for 1 tonight. Base hit by Tejada was only the Mets' 6th hit of this game. The Mets are 45-7 when they score 4 runs this year, and all Flores is trying to do is get that 4th run home. $38,000 plus rooting him on. Two coming from Blanton. And Flores goes down on the fastball, and on we go. Quite an effort by Joe Blanton. 5 strikeouts in 2 innings of relief. And the Mets strand 2 in the bottom of the 12th. On to the 13th. Mets and Bucks tied at 3.
Call tonight. He's a very aggressive catcher in. This was prior to the strikeout. 2 straight 2-strike sliders to Wilmer, and the last slider he threw was a good one on Wilmer, but leaning over the plate. Cervelli comes out to have a chat. I believe he's telling him, hey, he's leaning over the plate. 2 straight sliders. Get this one in. Get this fastball in. Look at him set up inside. Didn't quite get it in, but in enough and up. And that's beautiful to watch.
Now we go to the 13th inning. And Sean Gilmartin, who hasn't pitched in 8 days, will get the assignment for the Mets.
Well, he has done a good job. Developed the changeup here. Remember in spring he was a fastball, curveball pitcher.
Jung-Ho Kang, first man to face him, and takes a curveball that misses for ball 1.
Hasn't pitched in a while, Gary.
8 days ago in Tampa Bay the last time. Kang is 1 for 5 tonight, and a base hit in the 10th inning against Hansel Robles, the only one Robles gave up.
Gilmartin, a right-hander, is hitting 194 against him, 67 at bats, no home runs.
He's done an amazing job for a Rule 5 guy who's been sporadically used.
Yep.
Here's a fastball strike to Kang.
Interesting that Kang would be taking 2-0.
Andrew McCutchen on deck. Aramis Ramirez behind him. So a tough row to hoe for Gilmartin in the 13th inning. Off speed, hits slowly, tough play. Tejada makes it beautifully. 1 out.
There's been some defense in tonight's game. Both sides.
Cespedes will get the biggest attention for the play he made, but Granderson, Ramirez, Uribe, Tejada, everybody has contributed with some fine defense.
And also in a game where there's been 3 errors, 2 committed by the Pirates. One very, very costly error by Aramis Ramirez before the 2-run home run from Conforto back in that 3-run 7th.
Here's McCutchen, and he takes the fastball outside from Gilmartin. McCutchen tonight 0 for 3, has struck out twice, also walked and been hit by a pitch. 0 for 5 in the series, but he's reached base 5 times. And he takes the changeup for a strike, 1-1. Sean Gilmartin, Rule 5 pick. Mets had to keep him all year to be able to retain possession of him, and it's worked out just fine. One and 1 to McCutchen, and the curveball bounced foul, and it's 1-2. He took something off that curveball, 67 miles an hour.
McCutchen is hitless in this series thus far. He's been on base, though. 4 walks in this series, 1 intentional and a hit by pitch.
1-2 coming. Got him looking. Sean Gilmartin surprises McCutchen with a fastball, and there are 2 out in the inning.
Beautiful pitch. Here we go, the pitch sequence. First pitch, fastball misses, 1-0. Change up, I thought he got the call there. Slow curve, pulled foul. Pop him inside, 1-2. Yes.
Third time McCutchen's been struck out tonight by 3 different pitchers. Now Aramis Ramirez, 1 for 5. And he takes a curveball inside. Ramirez homered in the first inning against John Neese after Neese didn't get a call on a 3-2 pitch to McCutchen that he thought was the 3rd out. McCutchen walked. Ramirez cashed it in with a 2-run homer, and the Pirates were out quickly. Changeup misses, and now it's 2-0. Dangerous pitch for Gilmartin here. Ramirez now with 376 career home runs as a third baseman. That is 5th all time. And that's drilled down the line, but foul. Change up.
He was looking to put the Pirates ahead.
They're going to the 3rd in San Francisco. Nationals 2, Giants nothing. It's Gio Gonzalez, who has been red hot against Jake Peavy. 2-1 coming, and the curveball foul back, and it's 2-2. That's off the top of the batting order coming up in the bottom of the 13th. Pirates have bullpen action going, and I have to assume that's Melanson getting ready now.
Yes, it is.
Would they use him at this point, or would they stick with Blanton? You have to figure Melanson only if they have a lead, right?
Right. Well, 1 home run, they got the lead, huh, Gary?
2-2 on the way, and it's away, full count. Francisco Cervelli would be next. That's bullpen has been splendid tonight. 6 2/3 innings, no runs, 2 hits. Torres, Clippard, Familia, Robles, and now Gilmartin. 3-2 to Ramirez. And he's on the outside corner. He got him looking at the changeup. And Bob Davidson has somebody else upset up. 1-2-3 for Gilmartin with a couple of strikeouts. Granderson to lead off in the bottom of the 13th. Both sides. Mets have only their backup catcher Wrecker. The Pirates have their backup catcher Stewart and their infielder Florimon. Melanson and Bastardo left in the Pirates bullpen. Parnell and O'Flaherty left in the Mets bullpen.
Equal partners in both bullpens and 1 extra man for the Pirates.
Joe Blanton starts his third inning of relief. He struck out 5 in the first 2 innings. Had to work around trouble in the 12th. Now he'll face Curtis Granderson, who has great numbers against Blanton. 10 for 22, a .455 average against this veteran right-hander. But Granderson 0 for 4 tonight. And Curtis first pitch swinging, grounds one to the second baseman Rodriguez. 1 pitch and 1 out in the bottom of the 13th.
Both bullpens have been perfect tonight.
Cespedes has taken his time in the on-deck circle. He was the first man Blanton faced when he came on in the 11th, and Blanton struck him out on a pitch out of the strike zone.
Curveball.
Cespedes 2 for 5 tonight. Neo just tweeted that he's patiently waiting for the Mets to, quote, kill it. Taken outside for ball 1.
Well, Neo, you never know in this game.
Well, we've already seen a very long game this year. 2-0 to Cespedes. What was it, 18 innings in St. Louis? I remember that Sunday afternoon game.
Yes, that exercise in futility, that game.
Remember Twitter blowing up after that game.
Oh, almost drove me to drink.
2-0 to Cespedes, and the breaking ball fouled off. 2-1. Daniel Murphy on deck. Cespedes has to rearrange the chains after that last cut.
Got a lot of jewelry on, doesn't he?
Like to jangle his way around the bases right now. And bring Neo to the stage. 2-1 coming. Big rip at a fastball. 2-2.
He does not get cheated.
Pirates 3 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors. The Mets 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. Nobody's scored since the 7th, when the Mets tied the game on home runs by Uribe and Conforto. 2-2 to Cespedes with Murphy on deck. And he takes strike 3 called. 6 strikeouts in relief for Joe Blanton. 16 strikeouts for Pirate pitching.
Close.
So 2 out and nobody on for Murphy. Murphy's 0 for 5 tonight, and he gets yet another crack at extending his hitting streak.
He does.
Grounds one to the right side. Rodriguez runs around it and throws him out. And we move to the 14th inning. 3 scoreless innings for Joe Blanton. 3-3 after 13.
It's always crowded in that city, isn't it?
That's why we love it. If it were empty, it would be boring. That's what's going on out of town. We're in the third in San Francisco with the Nats up 2-0. By the way, the Ian Desmond home run off Jake Peavy, 477 feet.
That's a monster.
He might be finding himself. Meanwhile, Sean Gilmartin starts his second inning of relief in the 14th. Francisco Cervelli 1 for 4 and a walk, doubled back in the 6th, walked in the 11th. And the curveball in for a strike. Mets bullpen has thrown 7 scoreless innings, 1 for Torres, 1 for Clippard, 1 for Familia, 3 for Robles. And now Gilmartin starting his second inning. Cervelli, Marte, and then the pitcher's spot due up for the Pirates here in the 14th. There's nobody throwing at the moment in the Pittsburgh bullpen, so I wonder whether Blanton is going to continue on.
I would think that means he shall continue.
I mean, if they get a lead, they'll get Melanson up, I would assume, but otherwise, perhaps still Blanton. 0-2 coming. Fastball away. The only other pitcher they have left out there is Bastardo, who, like Melanson, pitched last night.
Bastardo pitched an inning. Gave up a hit.
16 pitch inning. Curveball drilled toward left center field. That's a base hit for Cervelli. Johnson cuts it off deep. Cervelli trying for 2. Kelly's throw is not in time, and Cervelli has his second double of the night.
Well, Cervelli very much in the middle of things in the opening game of the series. Now gives the Pirates a good start here in the top of the 14th. And he smells double.
Well, let's see how the Pirates play it here. Blanton is out on deck to bat for himself, so you have to figure Marte is going to swing the bat here.
Well, that might be just deking. The Mets are in at the corners. They're not sure what they want to do at first base.
Marte is 0 for 2 tonight since coming off the bench, and he's set to swing, and he flies one foul, trying to go to the right side to at least advance the runner. There's Blanton on deck. They still have Florimon and Stewart on the bench, and they're going to get Melanson up now in the bullpen.
Got to get the runner over minimum.
And Marte again trying to go to the right side, fouls it off, and it's 0-2. A spot where Gilmartin could certainly use a strikeout. Try and keep Cervelli at second base, and then Clint Hurdle would be faced with the decision whether to leave Blanton in or go to a pinch hitter. Oh, 0-2 to Starling Marte. Bouncing ball right side. Murphy going to third base, and he throws wide.
No.
And Cervelli is safe. Classic case of Murph trying to do too much. Play he absolutely could not make. And instead of getting the sure out at first, it's first and third and nobody out.
Well, you've got to be, I like the idea, but you've got to be highly skilled to make that play. Murph is not a first baseman. Cervelli running on, knows he's got to scoot. Lucky he didn't throw it away.
And now Clint Hurdle will go to his bench and pull out all the stops. He'll bring in Pedro Florimon to run for Cervelli at third, carrying the lead run, and he'll send Chris Stewart up to bat for Blanton in a spot where he's poised to take the lead. Well, it should have been a runner at third and 1 out. Instead, it's first and third and nobody out. And the Mets really up against it here. Stewart, who caught last night and went 2 for 4. Florimon, the pinch runner, at third. Marte at first and nobody out. Scored a fielder's choice all the way. And Gilmartin with some heavy lifting to do. And Stewart takes a strike on the outside corner.
Well, here's the play overhead where the runner is in relation. If you don't have to leap, those are precious seconds coming down. Then you have a play.
Mets have the infield in all the way around. It was Stewart who had the leadoff hit in the 10th inning against Bobby Parnell last night that set the wheels in motion for a Pirate win. Now trying to get the lead run home. Pitch out. That's thinking a squeeze might be on.
You never squeeze with no outs. Never. That's one of the rules.
Rick Sofield, the Pirate third base coach, flashing signs and going over to talk to Florimon, the pinch runner. 1-1 coming. Line drive, center field, base hit, and the Pirates take the lead. Florimon in to score. Marte will go to third. Chris Stewart with the go-ahead hit, and Pittsburgh leads 4-3 in the 14th inning.
Well, Clint Hurdle pushing all the right buttons. The players have to execute. Players make the manager look like a genius. Did all the right things, but the players have to execute. Nice at bat by Stewart. And here you go. It's a chance for a 2-run lead. But with the speed, the back runner, and Marte, you know he's not going to hesitate on a soft liner.
You read it well, saw that the ball was slowing up going to Cespedes, that he would make it easily. Dan Warthen out to talk to Gilmar, and there's nobody up in the Mets bullpen. That's O'Flaherty and Parnell left in that pen, but it's Gilmartin working in his second inning who will be staying out there to face Sean Rodriguez. Cervelli got the inning started with a double. Marte, bound and determined to hit the ball to the right side, did. And Murphy made a mistake trying to go to third, which cost the Mets an out. And then Stewart with the go-ahead hit. Now it's first and third, still nobody out with a run home. And Rodriguez the batter. Rodriguez, back in the 9th inning, was an unwilling participant in one of the greatest defensive plays we've seen in a long time. He doubled to left center, but Cespedes, playing an awkward carom off the wall, made a brilliant jaw-dropping throw to gun him down at third base.
Same situation as last night, Gare. Looking to add on the Pirates. Infield's got to come in. Cannot concede a run.
Rodriguez 1 for 5 on the night. And the back door for a strike, 0-1. Travis Ishikawa is sitting 9th in the order. He's on deck. Pirates now 4 runs and 9 hits. The Mets 3 runs and 6 hits. Marte at third, Stewart at first, and that backdoor slider misses. 1-1.
Isn't that a bit peculiar to pinch run Florimon for Cervelli when he's at third base? I just don't understand that move.
Well, it was very similar to a move that Clint made last night. He was bringing Stewart in to pinch hit anyway, and this way he gets more speed on a sacrifice fly to try and score the run from third. I'm sure that's the way he was
Cervelli runs that bad. It's very interesting. You empty your bench. You know, who knows? The team could come back and tie the ball game.
Well, what you're banking on is that you're going to get the lead and keep it. That's what he did last night as well. Fly ball, shallow center. That may fall in, and it does for a base hit. Marte in to score the second run of the inning. A pop fly single for Sean Rodriguez makes it 5-3 Pittsburgh. Well, with the infield in, there was no way Tejada could get out to get it, and it just nestled in the grass for a base hit.
Well, I tell you what now, when it rains, it pours. This is very unfortunate here. I might be inclined with Ishikawa, if he's any kind of bunter, to bunt here and just get the runners over, and you got top of the order. If they want to load him up, fine. Mets don't really know what they're doing on the infield here. They're playing Flores at second base back. Tejada's in. Tejada's going to move back. They got to play for 2. They're not sure on the corners, and I agree. You can go either way here.
Ishikawa came in the game in a double switch in the 11th and struck out in his only at bat.
If Ishikawa's any kind of bunter, I'd bunt him over.
That's looking for it, and he squares and bunts it. A line drive caught. That'll be a double play. The runner at second base, Stewart, got hung out to dry. Gil Martin goes to Tejada for the 1-6 double play. And the Mets, who got a bad break on the base hit, get a nice break there.
Well, right call by Hurdle. Not a good bunt.
Good base running by Rodriguez to go back to first. Otherwise, the Mets might have turned a triple play.
And not good base running by Stewart.
So Rodriguez at first and 2 out, and now Gregory Polanco, who's 3 for 6 tonight, including a home run back in the 3rd. That was the Pirates' last run until this 14th inning. Chicago a little unhappy at his performance, unable to get the bunt down. There goes Rodriguez. The throw by Darno right on the money, and that ends the inning. Tejada puts down the tag on Rodriguez. 2-6 on the caught stealing. But the Pirates take the lead in the 14th inning. Francisco Cervelli getting it started. A leadoff double. Starling Marte. Everybody's safe. And then Chris Stewart puts the Pirates in front. 5-3 Bucks in the 14th. Comes back to hurt them. Chris Stewart, who had the go-ahead hit, stays in the game behind the plate, and Mark Melancon on for another save opportunity.
Well, they gave up 1 run last night. He is outstanding. Got his 36th save. Pretty much the same situation here. A gift second run. Gift insurance run.
He's converted 34 straight save opportunities, but in each of his last 3 save chances with a multiple run lead, he's given up a run, including last night. So he's been vulnerable, even though he's been perfect since April. And we'll see whether the Mets can get to him here in the bottom of the 14th. Fans up and stretching for the 14th inning stretch. Meanwhile, the Giants put 4 runs on the board against Gio Gonzalez with nobody out in the bottom of the 3rd. So that's about the only good news right now for the Mets. So the 14th inning stretch having been completed. Mets will try and go to work against Melancon. Last night gave up a leadoff double to Lagares, a wild pitch. He fell behind Granderson 3-1, and then Granderson hit a bolt to right that looked like it might have some legs, but wound up being merely a sacrifice fly. And then Melancon settled in and got the next 2 hitters, including Uribe on a grounder to end the game.
It's very rare when I get to my purple highlighters.
For the 7th Pirate pitcher of the night. Uribe 1 for 5 tonight, a home run in the 7th inning. And he takes a fastball strike. Kelly Johnson on deck, then Travis d'Arnaud for the Mets.
Joe Blanton, what a job in relief. Equaled Hansel Robles in 3 scoreless.
And Blanton struck out 6 in his 3 innings. He's now pitcher of record on the long side. Uribe grounds one slowly. Gong circling in. And he gets Uribe for the first out. Well, the Pirates have had remarkable recent success in extra innings. They've won their last 6 extra inning games and 8 of their last 9, and they've got a 2-run lead tonight. That's Pedro Florimon at shortstop, who made that last play. Came in for Gong after pinch running. Kelly Johnson 0 for 4 and a walk tonight. Gong moved over to third base, and Aramis Ramirez came out of the game. And Johnson pokes one the other way, and it falls for a base hit. And the Mets will get the tying run to the plate, trying for 2, and Marte's throw is too late. Now that run means nothing, but Johnson figured he could make it easily, and he did.
But you got d'Arnaud and Recker, I guess, will be the pinch hitter.
So Johnson with his first hit of the night gives the Mets a chance.
One swing.
So d'Arnaud now the tying run at the plate in a 5-3 game. Travis tonight 0 for 4 and a walk. The Giants just added another run. It's 5-2 San Francisco, and still nobody out in that 3rd inning. So Gio Gonzalez has been great lately, getting his lunch in that 3rd inning. Johnson at 2nd and 1 out. And d'Arnaud takes the cutter off the plate for ball 1. Anthony Recker, the last man left on the Mets bench, out on deck to bat for the pitcher. And d'Arnaud takes it wide, and now it's 2-0.
Keep the ball away here. Big gap in right center field. Polanco hugging the right field line straight up at McCutchen in center. Big gaps.
Now Melanson behind 2-0. And d'Arnaud drives one to left center, but overcomes McCutchen to make the grab for the 2nd out. So 2 away, and now the Mets are down to their final out, and Anthony Recker coming up to pinch hit.
Well, everybody's used their bench in this 14-inning thriller.
Recker started last night and got his first big league hit in 2.5 months his last time up. A 2-out single in the 9th. He came against Archimedes Caminero. Now he faces Melanson as the Mets' final hope. Tying run at the plate in a 5-3 game in the bottom of the 14th. Recker takes the cutter outside for ball 1.
And they're just going to keep the ball away. If you want to try to tie this game up, you're going to have to pull a pitch on the outside corner. Recker very strong. He's got pop.
2 home runs this year. They both came in the same game at Wrigley Field. And Recker chasing one away, and it's 1-1. Johnson at second and 2 out. Melanson trying to convert his 35th consecutive save opportunity. And Record takes a strike, and now the Mets are down to their final strike. One-two from Melanson. Off the plate with a cutter. 2-2. If Record can keep it going, Ruben Tejada would be next. Mets are out of bench players, as are the Pirates. Clint Hurdle saved his last 2 bench players for a game-winning situation. It paid off for him. 2-2 to Record. In the air, center field. McCutchen back. It's turned around but finds it. And the ball game is over. And the Pirates, for the second straight night, take an extra inning victory from the Mets. Chris Stewart with the go-ahead hit in the 14th.